What's up, guys? Jester here. We're coming back into the Long Dark. Sorry I didn't get it on yesterday. A couple of reasons. One, we had storms in the area. My internet was being really wonky, and actually it was being really wonky up until just about half an hour ago. But we got it figured out. And that was the first reason. Number two, we don't need both days. The new tale is not something we're going to be able to complete in a day. It's going to take probably multiple streams to get that done. Broken Silence isn't necessarily a continuation of these tales. It's Sutherland's tale, or Sunderland, whatever, his tale. And that is a long one. Hold on one second. That is really fucking loud. It's really fucking loud. Here we go. So, all we need to do is get done here in Sundered Pass, and we have effectively beat the Tales from the Far Territory. So that's what we're doing today. We're doing Last Horizon. If you remember, we left off right here at Transfer Pass. It turned out that we needed 6 days to get our well-fed back. 3 days to wear off the other shit, and then 3 days to get well-fed. So it wasn't counting any time towards well-fed while we had that poison affliction. Is what it is. All right, we're a little bit heavy, but that's going to be fine for the moment. We really can't afford to not bring something. I guess we could drop that for a kilo. And bring all our stems. A little bit of fuel. Yeah, that's about as good as we're gonna get here, guys. So let's head up to Sundered. We did repair our gear and all that good stuff, so our gear is in excellent shape. What we'll probably do is head down to the little cabin once we get into Sundered. 1 second, actually. 1 second, actually. There we go. And then, yeah, we'll try to get this completed. Hopefully we get reasonable weather. It's kind of snowy right now, but we'll see what happens. It's actually quite a ways to get into Sundered, and then we may, I don't know, it'd probably be better for us to try to get to the weather station as quick as possible, but we are just a little bit heavy. Just a wee little bit heavy. And once we get a little bit tired, we're going to end up encumbered because of tiredness. We can always just sleep outdoors for an hour or two to get up a rope if we need to. There's a few rope climbs to get up to the weather station. I was thinking perhaps we should stop at the cabin and maybe take a couple of deer, have some meat for when we come down. That way we got meat that we're going to take with us, because I don't know. It's going to be interesting here. Mostly because lots of Timberwolves in Sundered. There should be plenty of food. We can always make water, so that should not be a problem. But we got to wait for probably 2 separate auroras. Or glimmer fogs. Or glimmer fog. Glimmer fog would work as well. But it has to be on 2 separate occasions. There's 3 basic POIs, and then we go chasing down. Like, this shouldn't take us very long tonight, depending on the length of time between Glimmerfog / Aurora Nights. like I said, there's a rope climb to even get into Sundered Pass. Well rested. Everything's looking good. Also, guys, tomorrow morning, I'm going to go live at about 8:45. The crew will be on, I'm sure, with. And, actually, I need to change the title on that. Just a little bit. Make sure I feature everybody that's going to be on tomorrow. Yeah, Dune Awakening drops at 9 a.m. our time. So we'll go live at 8:45. And we'll be picking our server and all that good shit. Coffee is secured. Iced tea is secured for the day. Snacks are secured. I've got 2 streams scheduled, one at 9 A, one at 9 P. I don't know how long we're going to go. We're definitely going longer than the first stream. However long we go after that 12 hours, we'll see. I don't know that we're going to make it the full 24 hours, but I'm going to try. That means I want to get through tonight fairly quickly and then be able to go to bed at a reasonable time, get up at, 7, 8 o'clock, get situated, be live at 8:45. Just be ready to rumble, man. It's going to be a great time tomorrow. I hope everybody can join. It's not my first launch day on a big game I was excited about, but it's the first one in a while. I think the last one was probably New World, and that was an utter disappointment. And they did release the structure of the servers today. And I don't know, it looks to me like they're maybe not valuing people in different time zones. Because they've got servers that are strictly East, Central, and West. I'm Central and most of my team is East. So I assume I'm going to have to connect to an Eastern server. I don't know. We'll figure it all out in the morning. It's going to be a glorious time. Go lay down. You're being a weasel. But yeah, all things considered, I think we're ready for tomorrow. It'll be a long day. It'll be a very long day, but it's going to be a fun day. And since I did promise that we were going to try to accomplish this is why we're doing it. Because we're not going to have time. Going forward, I'm not going to not play the game that I need footage and stuff for, and that my crew's playing, so I can come back in here and do this tale. And then, eventually in a week or two, once the freshness and newness kind of dies off a little bit, I'll probably come in and do a long dark stream. Maybe we'll start working on Sutherland's tale. But as for right now, we're not. We'll probably try to get over to Coastal tonight at the end of the stream. But other than that, we're just gonna hold off on that for now. I really thought there was gonna be more behind this shit, but they're just. Hold on one second. I'm not sure why they're saying it's not. Guys, if anybody's in the chat, please tell me if you're having any issues with buffering. It says that it is. And now it says that it's excellent health. So I don't know. YouTube Studio is so effed up. I've got all the settings right where they told me to put them. And then it comes up every once in a while. It's been like, your stream health is horrible. And then it crashed the other day. Twice. I also got hit with 2 content claims from a company that I pay to use the music that they claim. the exact same song in both. So I did a different filter today, so that song should be filtered out. It's the only song I've had trouble with out of Artlist. What's up, Beetle? And thank you. I appreciate it. It came up, and then when I opened Studio and then closed it, came back into the game, now it says, oh, you have an excellent quality stream. Thanks. God, it's so long to get into here. All right, here we go. Our first trip into Sundered Pass for this save. It may be smart for us to go to the cabin first. That weather is looking fairly threatening. We'll drop a few things off before we head up. We are going to be going up that way to Weather Station. That'll be our first objective to get Last Horizon started. And there it goes again. Now it's giving me another error. Okay, whatever. YouTube Studio is just big fat liar sometimes. I'm pretty sure the cabin's back down here to the right. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it's up the way a little bit. Yeah, no, it's up over this next hill. Look at this damn storm, man. My God. Sundered Pass doesn't offend me nearly as much as sort of contamination. Cold is manageable. We brought a couple tins of coffee. We brought a thing of tea. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. We're going to be on for until however long it takes tonight to get this tail done. And then we're going to try to maybe head over to Coastal. And that's where we're going to have to leave this save for a while, because doing the Sutherland test or tasks or the new one is just not a short process. We got to do multiple trades with him before he trusts us enough to even give us the quest line. Which, you know, I get it. I understand. I'm not sure how it ties into all of this. Why it would be considered a tale from the far territory, since it doesn't occur over here, but I'm also a little bit interested to see how it's number 5. I feel like we're only on number 3 right now. But like I said, we are just mere hours away at this point from doing launching, so I'm super excited. Super excited. All right, we know we have to come back down here anyway. Gonna lighten up as much as possible here. Can't get into anywhere because we gotta have the key, which we will get up at the station. All right, and now it's back to saying it's excellent health. Okay, I do have a tablet running that kind of monitors viewer experience, and it's not had any issues, so I don't know. I don't know why YouTube, oh, it's a problem, and then it's just not a problem. This might be a little on the risky side to head out in this shit, but we're going for it. We'll find somewhere to get safe if needed. I would like to make it to the weather station so that if we do get an aurora like tonight, dear God, please don't let us have these troubles tomorrow. I had internet issues yesterday. It's connecting and disconnecting chat. I have no idea, man. All I know is I'm just trying to get a stream in. And I'd like for these issues to stop happening. Our internet is fine. I fixed it. Granted, fixing meaning unplugging it and plugging the router back in, but like I was checking all my shit, like what is going on here? Here's our next rope climb, and then we've got like 2 more after this, I think. Coming down, we won't need to climb. I know a goat that we can do coming down that's safe. That'll take us down to the cabin, whereas we're going to end up for the second part of this tale. Gonna have to be careful with the next climb, potentially, because we're getting tired. Maybe we'll try to find a cave, catch a couple of Z's, you know what I mean? Can't tell if that was a wolf or if that was something else, right? Looks like something else. I see rabbits running around, so probably should be okay. We are heading up right now. We're in Sundered Pass. We're heading up to the weather station to get the Last Horizon tale started. We're going to try to complete the Last Horizon tale tonight. If it was a clear day, you could see weather station from here, but we got a pretty brutal day going on right now. I kind of wouldn't hate finding a place to take a nap, because they're still pretty early in the day. Of course, we could stem, but I'd rather save those for the end run. All right, hold up. I've missed something here. Up that way. Oh, there is like a... What the fuck is this? Oh, that's the transfer. All right. Well, we know we want to go up. I've just missed something here as to the way up. If we need to, we can always just pop in that cave and rest. Get out of a storm until we figure this bit out. A very long walk to get up here. Lots of climbing. We're getting there, though. We're not really going to explore this region per se. We're going to do the tail, and then we're going to get to coastal. I was just mentioning Ease that we're not going to be able to get the final tail done. It's Sutherland's tail, and it's going to take a while. We'll come back to it at some point. But Dune is about 16 hours away right now. So we're going to do this stream. I'm going to go get a great night's rest, and then we're probably going to do a... I'm going to try for a 24-hour stream tomorrow, I think. I don't think it's going to work, but we're going to try it. But I deliberately starved myself of sleep last night so that I could get up early tomorrow. Go to bed fairly early, get up fairly early. Coffee's already made. I drink iced coffee, so it's in the fridge. Tea is procured. Snacks are procured. And they're both streams are scheduled for 8:45 A and then 9 o'clock P tomorrow. Can only do a 12-hour stream. You could do more, but YouTube only saves the first 12 hours. So in order to be able to keep all my footage, I need to do 2 streams. So it'll really probably be at like 8:30. We'll start the second stream just so we don't get too much bad overlap. Yeah, most likely. I'm not sure I can even make it, but we're going to try it. I've never done it before. I've always wanted to try it. My worry is that I know I'm going to be playing in stream. Like, I don't necessarily need to be streaming to play the game. But like, this first weekend, I think it's important to get as much footage out there of what we're doing, particularly in the live stream format, because we got 5 days to get info out there for people that are kind of on the fence or want to see more. So I feel like it's kind of my duty to offer as much information as I can. I think I've already picked my first topic for my first video. Then I think I've also got a funny little guild video that I'm going to mention to the boys once we get into a certain place and we're all kind of like in a spot where everything's good. I want to go do sandworm roulette. You'll see, it's an idea for leadership of the clan. It'll be funny, trust me. Not really. I don't really want to be the leader of the clan. I don't need to be any of that shit. I don't care about it. We just got a 4-person guild. It's gonna be fine. Tarmies. All right, so we're gonna go over here across this bridge. And then hopefully there's some place to rest and we can get up this other rope that's over there. Yeah, I hope everybody can stop by when you can tomorrow. It's going to be a fun time. I can't wait. We should be streaming pretty much all day with Chai-Tien, Elo, and Idun. Yeah, actually, first time I'm going to meet Idun's tomorrow. We've talked in DMs and stuff, but we've never actually met. I've been told by the boys, they're like, yeah, you guys are going to get along fine. I pretty much get along with everybody that's not a complete idiot. Before we get too deep out here, I just want to show you guys. Look at that verticality in this map. It's insanity. I feel like those are really big motions I don't usually make, but wow. It's almost like this bridge seems to sway a little more than the others. I'm sure that isn't accurate, but it feels like it. So we'll get up here, we'll do some looting. We should get the camera for the first time, because we can't get it on our final save. Or on our main save. We can't get back up here, so it's just not possible for us to get it. We may have to sleep outside for a couple hours to get our tired-o-meter up a bit. It really is amazing how tired the rope climbs make you. Oh, come on, because it... See, this is the kind of quality of life shit I want to see fixed. I should be able to put my bedroll down right here and sleep if I want to. There shouldn't be any of this hot garbage. We are extra cold right now, too, so this is bad. Let's just stem up. Find some warmth here. Maybe we'll get another stem up at the top, but let's get up this rope and get up to where we need to be. We'll be extra tired, but we were going to be extra tired anyway. Mostly we just care about getting warm. It's the first time in a long time that we've been concerned about temperature. That's okay. We got stuff right up here to go in and look at. Where we will be warm. We're okay if we're not in the wind, so that's not bad. We're probably getting a little bit wet. About film right now. Always something that's just ruined. Not much food here, but I thought the camera was in here. Well, we're just trying to warm up a bit anyway. Oh, there's the second Koshan. Or is that our first? That might be our first. Actually, might just be our first. Yeah, we were getting a little bit wet. It's a waste of a piece of cloth. That's okay. I don't know how it takes 20 minutes to tear apart a pair of socks. All right, we're plenty warm now. Let's go and check out the other building. Oh, wow, we got pretty lucky because it went blizzard on us. I really thought that the camera was supposed to be up here. There is a rifle spawn. We don't need it. But there is one there. We don't want to be up here too fucking long, because meat will end up being an issue. We'll have to look. He did say something about ammo, and I haven't seen any ammo. We'll take it for a hot second. No rounds. 4 kilos, no rounds. It's ruined, and we're not cooking 5, so I don't want to take the chance with it. So like 13. Oh, it was actually 17, okay. What do we got? What do we got? Flashlight that we don't need. We'll take the MRE and we'll take the maple syrup. Okay, that's not a horrible save. I mean, there's one other little building down there. It's that little garage. Let me see if maybe the camera's down here. Again, ideally, we don't want to spend a lot of time here. I think it depends on the rarity of the maple syrup, you know? Like maybe it's the really good Canadian shit. You paid all that extra embargo on, you're like, nah man, I'm gonna definitely keep my syrup in the safe. Oh wait. We want to break those down. For leather. I just don't see shit, guys. Honestly. All Our little thing is going to be right over there, but we need a glimmer fog or an aurora to actually do anything about it. Yeah, I dropped my hacksaw back at TP. I don't think we're going to need it here. Mostly you just need that for metal, and I don't see any reason we're going to need metal. I don't even know what the fuck that is. I know there's another little POI down here, too. Someplace. At least I thought there was. It must be down here at the bottom. Keep an eye on our cold meter. We don't want to get too effing cold. I thought there was like another little trailer or something up here. Maybe it was on the other side of the bridge. All right, too cold. We'll wait until it's a little nicer to go looking. Let's go back in our main little basey there and let's get an hour or two sleep. We'll eat and drink and then get an hour or two sleep, see where we're at. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Certainly a fair use on that situation. I've just got my full complement. Everything is sharpened and in good shape. I mostly just use hacksaws for metal. Mostly. Not exclusively. Alright, well, we got enough to eat for a couple of days. That'll be good. Without using up all of our meat. Oh, wait, there's ammo. Alright, let's go back inside where it's warm. I would have swore this was supposed to be the camera spawn location. Somewhere up here anyway. If we cook, we're gonna do it out in that other building. Because it had a 2-burner versus this pot belly, which, you know, if you don't have to use a pot belly, no. I feel like I'm just missing something here. There it is. I knew it was here, damn it. I knew it was here. We just overlooked it. We just overlooked it. Nice and cozy in here. I don't see any reason to do much of anything. Let's, eat some of the bullshit, take a drink. The next time we're a little hungry, a little thirsty, we'll do those sodas. Let's just go ahead and take water for the moment. But right now, we're fine on food. We don't need to worry about cooking either water or food. Just kind of need to wait everything out. Why don't we take like a 2-hour nap? Just because it's storming doesn't mean that it won't stop and we'll get an aurora, but it's probably not super likely that's going to happen. We're stuck up here at the top until we get glimmer fog or aurora. We'll know when there's a glimmer fog because we will get the potential oh, what's the fucking affliction? It's not even really an affliction. One where you might get woke up. Insomnia. Yeah, it's insomnia. Well, plus the lights would be flashing too. We really don't much care about insomnia, though. Doesn't look like we're gonna get any love for this night. We're at the mercy of RNG at this point. Truly. Drink up all these sodas that we found. Save the water. Well, conserve the water. We'll probably need a little bit. This is also giving us calories too, which is nice. So we don't have to eat up any more of the little snacky shit that we found. Now we'll be pretty much full on food and water. Nice. That worked out beautifully. All right, we're pretty good. Yeah, we're not going to get an aurora or glimmer fog overnight. Maybe we can still get a glimmer fog during the day. But it's literally just going to be passing time until we get what we need here. And then we can come down from this fucking perch. And go back to the place we want to be. Jesus Christ, it's another fucking blizzard. Back-to-back blizzards. To be fair, Sundered almost always feels like it's going to blizzard regardless. We might just go over and make a couple 4 liters of water or so. That might not be a horrible idea. We're not going to need to climb ropes to get back down from here, so might not be a horrible idea. This is just an abomination up here. All right, I'm trying to mitigate sleep with our tired meter a little bit to try to where we've got some energy for overnight hours. We don't need a lot of energy for an aurora. It's like the thing's right outside the door, and then we can get the rest of our sleep and we can head off in the morning back down to the cabin after we get the key. I think literally the hardest part of this is just the waiting game. There's just not much we can do about it. But really, the RNG on storms is going to dictate how long we're up here and in this region total. We should be able to make a pretty good run for this if we just get kind of lucky with the aurora or glimmer fog, but it doesn't look like we're going to right now. It could pop at any time, you never know. We just need a very short one to get right outside and find what we're looking for. We'll sleep an hour at a time. Kind of maintaining a little bit of awakeness. We're not going to get an aurora tonight. Can still get a glimmer fog. Could be worse. Once we get down from here, we're sitting pretty. I don't care how long it takes for the aurora or glimmer fog. We'll get down to the cabin, and then we'll probably just do the cabin thing and go straight up to the final location. Well, not final location, but the location where we got to camp for the next aurora, and we'll get Timberwolf meat or whatever cooked up. That is the plan. Trying to conserve the meat that we do have. We still got that MRE too, which is kind of nice. Water might be an issue. We may need to go make another couple of, like a 2-hour fire. Since we got nothing but time here, let's go do that real quick. Should be warm in here regardless, but there is fucking threatening to blizzard again. Holy crap. It's that horizontal snow again. All right, let's do a couple of quick thingies here. Really haven't picked up much other than food and some film in the camera. The camera doesn't weigh nothing. These don't weigh much, but a little bit. We got a little bit of reclaimed wood. We're actually doing really good on weight. My fucking God. Another blizzard. We've been up here less than 2 days and seen 3 blizzards. The weather here is insanity. Actual insanity. Alright, well, we did what we needed to do. We got some extra water on us now. We're not going to get a glimmer fog while it's blizzarding. I don't feel like I've done anything too bad this run. I'm never a completely good boy, but these blizzards are just brutal. It's such a big region, it's going to make it difficult to navigate down low when we get there. Again, we're waiting. There's nothing I can do about it. We just got to sit here and wait. It sucks. Let's do like 2 more hours sleep. Just to keep a little energy for the overnight hours. Then we can always mix in another hour here and there. Pass an hour, sleep an hour. Pass a couple hours, sleep an hour. Is it still blizzarding? Sounds like it. Jesus tits, man. I'm blown the fuck away at this point. All right, I think we're gonna go ahead and eat the MRE. That's a big meal. That's a big boy meal. Wowie. Wowie, wowie. Just getting RNG'd to death. Oh, we're coming up on our 100-day mark, though. If the game would have given us good RNG, we would have had all this done in the first 100 days, which would be pretty cool. We're going to be pretty close to that anyway. It's probably going to be 105, 106 days. Somewhere in that neighborhood. It all kind of just depends on how the timing works out. Weather, of course, always a fucking issue. an all-night fucking storm. So no absolutely no chance. Like, this storm's been going on for like 18 hours now. There's no chance of a glimmer fog when this is happening, or an aurora. Kind of sick. But then we have to go to the cabin, and then we got to get to our final location that we'll be camped out at. And then from there, we can pretty much leave once we get... We'll have to go track him down, but we won't be too long into that. Sounds like the storm finally fucking stopped. Just sitting up here wasting water. Never thought I'd be hoping for a glimmer fog, but here we are. Well, it's what the game does. There's ptarmigan down there we can go hunt. The problem is we're only going to be able to get them like one at a time. We're fine for now. We've got 5 more steaks. I mean, obviously the game knows how much food they put up here. So, had we not brought steaks, this would have been a real problem. And it's still not ideal. I understand why they wouldn't want to put like deer and shit up here on top of a fucking mountain. That makes sense to me. But at the same time, it's like, bro. I don't want to be here. You know I don't want to be here. Why are you doing this to me? Bruh. I'll be damned if that doesn't sound like another blizzard. No, just really windy. Okay. At least we can't get cabin fever. That's a perk. Not much for us to do but to sit here and just grin and bear it right now. We'll get 1 more hour's sleep. Maybe we'll get an aurora tonight. At least a glimmer fog. I mean, come on, game. There we go. Nice. Cold Fusion is an awesome one. Is it up there? It might be up there. Okay. Now we'll be able to go in and get our sleep, and then we'll billy goat down in the morning. All right, let's turn the audio on here. Look at the lockbox first. There's the house key. We don't need the book. We don't need the flare shell. We'll take the energy bar. We don't need the flare shell. We'll take the energy bar. Here we go. Foreman's technical log.
I think I'm the only one who made it out. The other guys just lost it. Started wandering off. I'm not immune to whatever happened. It just didn't hit me as bad as the others. The chief either. I don't know why. She held out a long time. Damn long time. But then she just locked herself in there with that blasted machine. She died before she could learn the truth about my real mission here.
And we get the Polaroid that shows us, hey, it's the cabin. We know where that is.
I would drink almost anything about now.
You could, about my balls. Could you drink my balls, Will? I can drain them in your mouth for you. So annoying. We'll need to turn it back on again here in a minute, but I just get tired of hearing him bitch. Okay. All right, so we can now get a pretty good night's sleep. Yeah, cold fusion's a good one. All right, let's see if we can get down from here, guys. And not the way that we got up here. That'd be the quickest way. Well, you know, we could, I guess, do it that way. I honestly don't remember which way is kind of longer. We're pretty cold right now, even in shielding, we're pretty cold. So I was right, that little POI I was thinking about is right over here. Let's just go see what there is. Maybe there's some ammo? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Might be nothing. Oh, there's a dead guy around here someplace. There he is. You just tell from all the crow feathers. All right, nothing really of substance here. Let's get moving. It's gonna blizzard on us again. This is being brutal right now. I don't know that we can get back to where we need to be quick enough if it starts blizzarding. Hey, that's good though. You're just getting started. I didn't get my first 200-day run for a long time. Because I kept doing dumb shit, like on purpose. What we should have done was probably made some coffees. Oh, that little lag destroys me. It is absolutely threatening to go blizzard again. That would be bad. That would not be ideal. If the weather backs off a little bit, we might be able to get to our secondary location by the end of today. We'll see. We know we got one more down climb to negotiate, an actual rope, not just these rose hips. They hide these paths so well. You really don't get a good depth perception like there. You didn't think it would open up this big, but it does. There was a way to goat down, but that was going to put us up at the top of the hill, and then we'd have to crouch walk down that. And I was a little concerned, but the weather looks to be clearing off a little bit. We're not heavy, so we should be fine here to climb down this second rope. Get back down to cabin, discover its secrets. And then we're off to the final campish type destination that we're going to go to. Not even sure what the POI is called, but it's a pretty much buried in snow house that we're going to go stay at. Perfectly fine, perfectly warm, tons of wolves, maybe a bear. We won't have any troubles getting foods. Not sure where the spawns are going to be here, so let's just be careful. I don't think this is the way we got to go to get to the rope. I feel like this is a different way. I feel like the rope's over there that comes down. Could be wrong. We may have to double back and go up that way. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, you kind of hit the nail on the head. It's really tough to... You got a good playthrough going, then you get a badge that you know is going to help you. It's like, ugh. I want to do it, but I don't want to lose this run. That's why I recommend everybody, when you go in, maybe do a pilgrim run or something, and just focus on getting all the badges at one time. Must be where the cave's at up there. I don't think we actually skipped anything. Yeah, we didn't actually skip anything. What is that up there? Is it a dead guy or a dead animal? This region's real large. It's a good sized region. The dead deer. Okay, we don't need you. Warming up and shielding, that's good. Like I said, we don't have to be at this cabin very long. We'll pick up all that fuel that we had and we'll get moving. Yeah, it looks like it is a little bit now. Playing reasonable anyway. If not nice, it's doable. Fuck is this cabin at? Thought it was right over here. Maybe it's down a little more. No, there it is. I was right. We got a lot to travel tonight, so like we want to get through this as quick as possible because we still got to go to Forsaken after this is all over to finish this up, which kind of sucks. All right, let's
Pack is getting kind of heavy.
Jesus Christ. Every opportunity I give him, he just fucks it up by talking.
Rudiger's here somewhere. The chief's logbook said as much. I'll keep looking. There's a settlement nearby I need to check out. I'm gonna try to keep a record of all this as long as I'm able. Photos, whenever I can. These notes. If I make it back, I'll need something to show for how this all went to shit. They will want to know. But I keep losing things. Leaving them behind. Can't hold it together.
And we're gonna go off to our next location. Make sure there's nothing we're missing here, and it doesn't look like it. Let's check the safe.
Where's the good stuff?
Hey, we got another flask. We don't need that. We'll take that for the leather. All right, with the good weather, let's just head south. We're gonna go the long way because we're heavy.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
If we were light, okay. If we were light, I would consider going up the rope, but I'm not wanting to drop any of my fuel right now. So we're going to take the long way around. And it is a bit of a long way around, so we're walking for a while. We got plenty of daytime to get up there. So basically what we're going to try to do is just hug the ride here. We'll get back up and we'll kind of go around the ledge and we'll head back up that way. We'll be following a road right to our destination once we get where we're going, right, like on the path anyway. Like I said, once we get up there, we're going to have meat all over the place. It'd be nice to be able to take a bear, because then we wouldn't have to worry about it for the rest of this run. But, you know, 3 or 4 wolves would be the equivalent anyway. That would be the rope we could take to go up, and it is a little bit of a shortcut, but we are heavy. So I don't really want to drop my fuel. Let's just get back up here on the ridge and start walking all the way around. We're not like uber heavy or anything. Hang on, what happens if we eat one? And take a drink. Still heavy. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna drop fuel at this point. We need the fuel for going up there. We should be able to get some reclaimed wood at this location, but fuel's pretty scarce unless you're down here in the woods. Like long-term survival in Sundered, pretty simple, really. You go to that cabin and you stay down here in the woods and you can survive here forever. Get yourself all stocked up on venison. Maybe make a day trip to go hunt a bear. It's not a problem to live here. Plenty of food. As long as you got a couple of cooking pots, you can make plenty of water. It's only a 2-burner, being the fireplace, but that's what we're going to have at this new place too, so. Whoop-de-dee. There's where we came in, right there. We're going over to that little road, heading up the side. Good news is we're not super heavy, so it's not like we're just dragging ass here. We're moving pretty good. We're a little heavy, not a lot heavy. But it does sound like the foreman is kind of losing his shit a little bit as well. The main problem we're going to run into is we have got multiple rope climbs to finish off this portion of the tail before we have to head back into Forsaken and go back to that bunker. That is... Oh, shit, we're auto walking. Wow, we about walked off. That's trickier than it looks, guys. It's very doable if you're running, but it's trickier than it looks. About killed myself there from auto walking. Wouldn't that have been the shit? There should be a little survival cabin up as we go up this way. We'll probably stop there. We got plenty of daylight to get where we're going. We're going to be waiting on one more Glimmer Fog or Aurora once we get to this location. And then that's the last time we got to sit and wait for that kind of crap. Thank God. Yeah, I know. Everything's going perfect and then just auto walk right off the side of a cliff. It'd be like my Thelma and Louise video where I just yeeted myself off a freaking cliff for no real good reason other than to just do it. There might be a little snacky food up here at this little A-frame. We'll stop there for a moment. But eventually, we're going to be coming down. No, it's not from here. See this little gap right there? Kind of center screen? We're going to be coming down from there as we go around these other warp climbs. That's how we're going to get out of this region. And then we'll be right back to this road and we can move on to Forsaken and finish up this tail. And then I think we'll just do a nice walk over to Coastal. Probably stop back by Farmhouse. Lots of Tarmies in this region. Makes sense too. That way you got plenty to be able to do like the improvised insulation. Usually isn't a lot in these places, but it all appears to be fucking ruined anyway, which sucks ass. How about a stem? No stem. Alright, so really not much here for us at all this time. That's fine. We're not even going to explore the entire freaking region. We just don't need to. Our first wolf encounter. We'll probably run back up that way, which is fine with us. Comes back at us. Damn. Really? Okay. Okay. That gives us a little head start for something to cook when we get up there. A little heavier now. Let's reload. I'm being very indiscriminate with my ammo. If I was playing smart, which I'm not at all, I would pretty literally just be hitting them with one shot and then letting them bleed out. Let's keep moving up the way here, and we'll be where we want to be in just a minute or two. We're warm, which is awesome. I mean, ideally, we probably would have wanted to have double bear coat. To come over here with the double snow pant. You can hear the icy waterfall. That's such good attention to sound design detail. Might even be a cave back over there, but we don't need that right now. Yeah, I think I saw somebody made a video about walking on those bridges where you really kind of got to try to fall off of it. Like, you have to pretty much be acting a fool to do it, but it is doable. You can fall off of them. Certainly is pretty nerve-wracking. I'm so excited for tomorrow. I mean, don't take my word for it. Somebody made a video where they literally were trying to fall off, and it was difficult for them to fall off. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Bashrobe. That sounds right, but I don't remember for sure. Told you guys this was going to be a bit of a long walk up here. Weather's beautiful right now. Way better than we could hope for in Sundred Pass. What's up, Patea? Alright, those look like Timbies. Let's get ready to rumble on our first pack of Timbies. We are about halfway, well, maybe not even quite halfway through with Last Horizon here. We're making our way in Last Horizon. Oh, let's go, motherfuckers. I shall break you. I shot over him. I hit them all. That wasn't bad shooting, boys. They're all going to die now. You gotta get right up there to that little POI. Broke their will in 5 shots on 4 of them. That's not bad. We shot over the first one and then we didn't miss again. I'll take that. I'll take it. There can be a bear down here. At least there used to could be a bear down here. Did I just say used to could? I think my redneck might be showing a little bit. We've got 8 kilos of meat on us now. That should be, I mean, it's wolf meat. It's not quite as nutritious as like bear, but it should get us through. We're looking for a glimmer fog or an aurora again. All right, this dude's running but not bleeding. I know I hit everybody. I saw the icon. I also saw the little blood splatter. Can I tell you, like, I know you guys already know this, but I haven't been this excited about something in a long time, and I kind of need this going tomorrow. I kind of need something I can really sink my fucking teeth into, because a lot of other shit's going poorly. Which is fine. Everything kind of comes and goes, and you gotta kind of live with the tides, you know what I mean? The ebbs and flows. There's always going to be that kind of shit. But I kind of need something like what's going to happen tomorrow in my life. I know it's going to be an extremely early start, so I don't expect very many people to be joining me early. But we're going to try to go for 24 hours tomorrow. Lost Horizon is the next tale. And tomorrow is Doom. Shit. Oh shit, hang on. I think we can do this. You asshole. Trying to get to the fucking ledge here. they lose their morale. Oh, right in his bum. Right in his bum hole. No, Lost Horizon is the one from Sundered Past. It's been a year-ish ago. We've done this before. We came here and got quite a few of the ropes. Not all of them, but quite a few of them. Certainly not all of them. Well, yeah, I don't need this asshole beating me up, man. We still have one stem that we can use to kind of negotiate the ropes that we're going to have to climb after we get this portion done. Alright, this is way more than enough meat. Way more than enough. So now let's go in, let's look around, see if there's anything worth grabbing. And, yeah, we'll kind of just go from there. This is another one of those, it'd be pretty easy to survive POIs. The only problem you're going to run into up here is going to be fuel. Because, yeah, there's some stuff to break down and all that good shit, but it's not a lot. I'll take the jerky, I guess. Anything that we needed? No. Okay, let's go downstairs real quick. You want to see the thing I love the most about this POI? That. How it's snow-packed behind the door. I love that. I think that is awesome. Oh shit, we can't use this. That's right. Shit. Alright, so this is not ideal. I forgot about this bit. Everything's just ruined. Like, you're gonna come over here. It's so infuriating getting into an area and all the food shit being just fucking ruined. I thought we could use this 2-burner here, but we cannot. It is snowed in. So we would have to be doing outdoor cooking. I'm pretty sure this door's the same way, right? Yeah, both snow-packed. Alright, we got some stuff to do while we're waiting. Let's start cleaning up our inventory a little bit. But we did it. We got over here. Yeah, how does it take 30 minutes to break down a pair of socks, but only 10 minutes to break down leather gloves? Like, some of the balancing just seems off. Literally a pair of socks, you would rip them and then you'd be done. It would take like fucking 1 minute. Let's see what we can do here. Get some meat cooked while we're waiting. We don't need a shit ton, but we need some. One in 5 chance hits. So you're saying there's a chance. Weather's kind of getting shitty. Let's just sit here and do some cooking real quick. Hopefully the wind doesn't pick up and knock out our fires. That's why we're not going to put a bunch of fuel in these fires. We're going to conserve it. Kind of go with it from there. Yeah, so anybody that might be around tomorrow, 8:45 a.m. Central Standard Time, I'm going live. We're going to go as long as I can humanly stand it. There's likely to be one break in that, like as far as gaming portion of it. I'm sure I'll take a couple of little small, hey, I got to go pee, or I need to go refill my drink or something. But for the most part, the only break what we know we're going to take is like a 20-minute break at like either 3 or 4 or 5 a.m., which would be the server reset, and that's going to be like 20 minutes. But we can just sit and do commentary and stuff while that's happening. It's going to be a fucking great time. And I'm pretty sure, I don't want to say what my first video is going to be, but I'm pretty sure I know what my first video is going to be. And I think some people will find it useful. Well, ambient cooking session. Dune Awakening. It is, what do they call this? It's not early access. It's called advanced access. Drops tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central. Full release. Well, not full release because it is advanced access. I've been waiting for this game for like a year. And funny story, when I was having internet trouble yesterday, I thought something weird was going on because my video that I made on Saturday about just like common sense starter tips, because I got tired of seeing people going, yeah, well, you know, the this is the best way to do this, or the pro start for that. And I finally got tired of it. I'm like, this is like bullshit, like clickbait. I can't stand that shit. And so I just made I did something similar, but it was more just geared towards basic common sense. So once again, we find ourselves waiting for either an aurora or a glimmer fog. Uh-oh. They're going out. There's nothing I can do about it. The game decided to be a butthole and put out my fires. So we didn't get much cooking done. This is fine. We picked up a little bit of ready-to-eat food, so I'm not too worried about it. It's whatever. This region and its fucking weather can pretty much kiss my ass. But if it goes full blizzard like it looks like it's going to, we won't be getting a aurora tonight, which we probably won't anyway because we got one last night. That doesn't mean if it's clear we couldn't get a glimmer fog. It was just enough to put out my fucking fires. Wait a minute. Hey, I'll take that. Okay. We don't want to stand outside and do this. We're gonna nickel and dime, probably sleep an hour at a time to get our tired meter back up. I would not count on an aurora tonight. But we could potentially get a glimmer fog. But basically, we're just hanging out here around the house. Until we get one of those two things. So, probably we'll be able to... oh shit, you know what? We never did look at that. That could have been bad. That could have been bad. We don't need a particularly long aurora. We just need a pretty quick one. Why did that cutscene take so long? It was black for a long time. I'm like, what's going on here? Are we dead? Did we die in an hour? All right, so doesn't look like we're gonna get an aurora, but again, that doesn't mean we won't get a glimmer fog. So, can I break that down? Oh, it's dark. Okay. I mean, clearly there's light here. Oh yeah, you can't jump. Here I go hitting spacebar trying to jump again. Force of habit, guys. Force of habit. Would have been nice to get a quick little aurora there at the end of the night, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. They're not going to starve us out, though, because we got plenty of food to cook, and we can always make water. Let's eat the junk food here. Take a big swig of that water and then we'll break down this other deal. Maybe we'll get a glimmer fog. And if not, we'll just go do a little more cooking. See what I mean? There's plenty of stuff to break down in here. More tables, more chairs. Like, yeah, you could live here for a little while. Let's get like let's do a couple hours sleep, one at a time, and then we'll go out and cook. Well, we'll look at the weather and then we'll think about cooking. We got a long way to travel tonight still, even when we get through this bit. Alright, so we can't exactly do this yet. Let's go get another hour's sleep then. Honestly, I'd rather it be an aurora than a glimmer fog. Glimmer fog, you can get turned around fairly easy. But I've already got all my coffee and tea and everything ready to go for tomorrow. Boy, it just blows in one direction. Probably a bear up that way. We're going to be going over to that little structure there. Sounds like we could cook a little bit now. Wind seems to have died off. Pretty foggy. Foggy's not a problem. Foggy doesn't bother us. windy bothers us when it puts out our fires. We lost a couple hours worth of fuel there. How we managed to fail twice on a 20% chance. 2 fails out of 3 attempts with only 20% to fail is ridiculous. I was noticing that. I was playing some Fallout Shelter, and I was noticing that it's kind of the same thing, where the percentages and stuff are just bullshit. Like rush failure rate can be at like 30% and it'll fail at 30%, then 40%, then 50%. So like the odds of that happening are just not in the favor of that happening. Statistically, you should have got one of the 3 to succeed, but the game wants you to struggle. But I've just been playing that on the side kind of slowly. It's been a long time since I played it. Yeah, but I've explained this in videos before about RNG and how all this shit works. So, let's say you've got a 20-sided die, right? It would be the equivalent of rolling a 1 through 4 twice in a row versus rolling a 5 through 20 once. Can it happen? Sure. I understand that. But like, I don't know. It kind of reminds me of like online poker. What do you mean it's cold? How is it cold? It just came off the cooking. How is it cold? That's got to be a visual bug. That's got to be a visual bug. It just got cooked. How would it be cold? Yeah, well, yeah, and that would mean you'd hit, if it's a 5-sided dice and it's a 20% chance, that means you would have to hit 1 twice in a row or 3 times in a row. And it's possible, but it's not likely. And they abuse that here. I've seen it firsthand. See, now it's hot. I mean, you're not wrong. You can break it down any way you want to. You can say it's a 20-sided dice, and then 1, 2, 3, and 4 would be your 20% chance. Or you can say it's a 5-sided dice, and that the number 1 is your 20% chance. That meaning 2, 3, 4, and 5. Like, how likely do you feel that you're going to roll a 1 3 times in a row? But yet, it happens in this game constantly. It happens in a lot of games constantly. And that's where, trust me, this is kind of the heart of my channel, is trying to fight through RNG and figure out if what they're saying is true. And most of the time, what they're saying, percentage-wise, it's just not feasible. The only thing I can say in truth on that, though, is that each individual instance is its own roll. Just because you rolled a 1 on the first one out of 5 and you didn't get it, or like the fire failed, that doesn't mean that now 1's eliminated on the second roll and you're going to get a success. It's a whole separate roll. Fallout Shelter did it to me like 6 times in a row on 30% chances this morning. And I'm like, come on. Like, the likelihood of that happening is just not possible. It's certainly not the 30% that they were claiming, hey, it's only a 1 in 3 fail rate, and then you fail 6 times in a row. It's like, one of those rolls wouldn't have been that. That's just percentages and odds. On mobile, it's even worse. It did it even more times on mobile, because there's ways on mobile that you can go watch an ad and get like a free automatic, like it's guaranteed to be a rush. So like yeah, I go watch a 45-second ad, and then that rush, even if it's 98% to fail, it's going to succeed. So they're trying to sell you the ads in the game, which is more understandable. It's not that way on the one I've got for PC, but I think we'll be able to get at least one more water cook in, and then we'll have everything all done up. Certainly aren't going to be able to eat all of this, but yeah, No Man's Sky was the same way. A lot of their RNG is exactly the same way. And that's the video that I actually explained how that shit works. Actually probably fairly close. I bought the biggest fucking D20s you've ever seen to illustrate it in a video of how that shit works, and then I gave them away to a club that's a D&D club. And they were like, oh my god, these are the biggest D20s I've ever seen. I'm like, yep. I was like, I couldn't have them be super small because I got to be able to show that on camera. But I literally went outside on my porch and rolled the dice on the concrete going, here's how this works. You've got this percentage chance of getting something. Well, in the end, it doesn't mean nothing because any roll's possible at any given time. Even if it's a 1% chance, you could get a 1% chance to hit twice in a row. On a 100-sided dice, you could potentially hit number 1 twice in a row. It's possible. It ain't likely, but it's possible. You could probably do it 3 times in a row. I mean, it's exponentially not going to happen. Like, percentage-wise, it's just a terrible, terrible odds, but it could happen. And I think a lot of game devs kind of abuse that. I don't know. Let's look and see for sure how close we are here. Not super close. We're getting there. Cook up another couple of bear, we'll probably be there. Pretty shitty night out here, really. Yeah, that'll be fine. Getting there is more of kind of a pain in the ass, but like again, some of these are weighted. Like I don't think we've run through enough pistol rounds to be level 5. I don't think we've run through enough rifle rounds to be our level 5. We're level 4. But on revolver, we're level 5. We're done. You know what I mean? The one that really surprises me is fire starting. You'd think we'd be higher than level 3. We're just barely above. Like, you get so few points towards this every fire you start. Get one more water cooking before it's all said and done. All right, let's go get some Z's. We'll sleep an hour at a time. Still hoping for a short aurora at the end of the night here, so let's 1 hour at a time. Just make sure. Usually you'd hear the music, but I just want to be sure we're not skipping over an aurora, which we're not. I didn't expect to get an aurora. That'd be, 2 out of 3 days. But look, if they're going to fucking be really chintzy with the RNG on everything else, why are they going to be like, haha, we're going to make them wait? Maybe to end the stream tonight, we'll go in and make my final character for Dune Awakening. It's going to be the public face of my YouTube channel for a little bit. And we'll do all the picking of everything that we're going to do, and I'll get that saved, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, and look, if I was playing up even in Stalker, I'd probably be using that now too, because Stalker is a little colder than Voyager. But you're not going to get anywhere in Interloper without making all the coffees and teas that you can. That was the one thing I learned from my very limited misery run was that was the only thing that kept me going for the, I think, 2.5 or 3 days that I made it. But to me, it was such a struggle, and I'm like, oh, this just isn't fun. Yeah, so the way it works is water doesn't count. If you cook a coffee or a tea or any of the soups that can be cooked, those all count. But when you drop like coffees or teas and do like the tea circle, or you're warming up a soup by the fire and not on the fire, well, let's say it's already been cooked. Anything that's already been cooked won't count again once you get it warmed back up. So you can cook a can of soup, pick it up, put it in your pocket, go a long ways away, and then you can reheat that to where it'll still give you the warm-up bonus. But it won't give you 2 times the cooking value from it. Which is why you see a lot of the Interloper players picking all the Reshis, all the Rose Hips. It's not necessarily meant for, because they want for the heals. They need those, number one, for the cooking level, number two, just for the warmth, to get moved around different regions. One of these days, I'll just do a freaking Loper run. I mean, I don't think I'm incapable of it. It's not my preferred difficulty method, but I'm not incapable of it. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you start to get cold in the middle of nowhere in Interloper, you stop, you make a fire, you drop your teas, you make your circle, and then you drink one, you pick them up, and you get moving. You just keep rewarming those teas and stuff that you've got. I understand how to do it. To me, it's just not as fun. I know that's probably a bad take, but I'm just too much of a fucking loot goblin. We haven't had a single glimmer fog since we got here. Not one. I'm gonna pause for 1 second, guys. Okay, sorry about that. Just wanted to check on the puppy. She's fine. See, for me, I like being able to collect stuff and bring it back to a location. Like, to me, that's fun. I know that's not for everybody, though. That's why you never hear me crap on... What is that? Oh, it's a teddy bear. You don't hear me kind of poo on anybody that plays the higher difficulties. And the thing that I love about the Long Dark community is even people that swear by the higher difficulties don't have some attitude when they see somebody playing, Voyager or even Pilgrim. Like, nobody's really all that judgy in this community, and I don't think you guys know how rare that is. I think mostly it's because this game draws a slightly more mature demographic. I guess that's one way of calling everybody old, but you know what I mean. In a way, like I said, I'd rather have an Aurora than a Glimmer Fog. See, on a normal run, doing something like this would get you cabin fever, and you're in kind of trouble at that point. Because there's not a lot of good places here to go hang out that aren't indoor locations. Oh, then you're a pup compared to me. Enjoy it while you can. It seems like I went from 35 or 36 to where I'm at now in like a year. It goes so fast. And really, it starts going fast after 21 because there's just nothing else really to look forward to, right? Like, my 20s were an absolute blur because there was no milestones after 21. You know, you turn 16, well, at least in the States, you turn 16, you can get your driver's license. You turn 18, you can, well, at the time you could buy tobacco and go to somewhat kind of adult clubs. Yet, 21, you have the, right to drink. And then what's left? It's like, oh, I'm 30. Oh, I'm 40. Oh, I'm 50. Like, you don't think about it as much, and it just makes time go that much faster. At least it did for me. Exactly. And that's what I did. I basically partied my entire 20s away. I think when I got married, I was 29 or 30. And I mean, I'll be 52 this year. And the things I put my body through, I find it very difficult to believe that I'm still around. Glad that I am. Not complaining. Just, I didn't exactly take very good care of myself in my 20s. How about it, Aurora? Well, see, that's when it comes down to you're only as old as you feel. I was doing, was it a year and a half ago? I was doing the work of a young man, driving around on a walkie rider and lifting 80 pound boxes of packaged meat. And then, like, that kills you, putting it on a pallet. So bending over, picking that shit up, putting it back down. The first month or so of that, I thought I was going to die. But then you start to get through what they call the break-in pains and stuff. And then it starts, even though you're doing the same things, your muscle memory and your muscles are more trained to it. God, it hurts while you're getting adjusted. And believe me, look, man, marriage was for a lot of people, and a lot of people are super happily married. I will never again. Just end of story. My trust level is so low. And see, that's something I'm thinking about doing right now. I'm kind of at that point where it's like, I don't really need this shit anymore. It's just very hard to break a habit I've had since I was 15. Speaking of which. But I think if I just started cutting it down and stuff, and like, hey, I don't really need one right now. I can wait an hour or 2 hours, and I start to really, wean off of them a little bit. I think it would be possible. It's just, my God, it's been so long. Ugh, come on, we need a short Aurora here. We're not going to get it. We got plenty of food and water. We got that going for us. Yeah, my first job was in a barbecue restaurant that had back in the day when they had the pull cigarette machines. You could just pull the lever and you put in the quarters. You pick the flavor and it would give it to you. I'm going to give you guys a confession. Last night I got kind of weak I haven't done it in a while because I've been trying to keep myself from getting in trouble for, drug testing for a new position if I can find one. But I broke down and had an edible, and I kind of didn't much like it. I kind of sat there the whole time going, I didn't need to do that. Like, what was the point of this? Oh, this sucks. I hate fucking sitting around waiting for this shit. Like I said, we got plenty of food. I had a, they're called Chiba Chews. Mostly I bought them for joint pain, like right before bed. Because they're not really like, they're more body than they are mental. And I specifically chose this particular strain that they're made out of because it does tend to target like joint issues, and it kind of helps you with being a little easier to be relaxed. But yesterday, because it had been so long since I'd had anything, it hit me a little bit on the mental side, and I was just sitting there like, why did I do that? Now, it looks like we're waiting for a... Oh, yeah. It's THC. It's got a little CBD mixed into it. Targeted CBD. What are they? They're 10 milligram? I think they're 10 milligram. Yeah, because you get 10 of them and it's 100 milligram total. So each tab is like 10 milligrams. Which honestly is nothing. I've never been the type that sits and does it all day. Even if I smoke, I would take like a hit or maybe two. And then I'm good for a while. I wouldn't say that I've never been a pothead, but I mean, it's legal in my state, so I don't have any issues going out and getting it. And when it became legal, I was like, well, let's try to not just be like, I want to get fucked up. Let's target it for something specific. And if I get a little woohoo, this feels nice in my head, that's fine. But yesterday it had just been so long that it was like, holy shit. Taya's been around when I've done the peachy stuff. The cushy peaches. Delicious. Yeah, I see. That's kind of how I am too. When I was taking the edibles, it was at night. It was about half an hour before bed. And that way I could just kind of lay down and be super relaxed and get, good sleep. That was the only... I've got a lot of shoulder pain issues. I've needed surgery for a long time, especially at my left one. And it aches and throbs. It makes it very difficult to get comfortable and be comfortable long enough to be able to fall asleep without there being pain. And I'm not the type that likes to take a bunch of Tylenol or pain meds. Like, I'm not that type. When it gets real bad, I'll take Tylenol. But otherwise, I try not to. I had one job in a meat processing plant where you sit and do one motion all fucking day. And like your hand, because you're holding a knife, it gets crampy, and you can even get what they call trigger finger, which means your finger will lock down in a position and you can't move it. And you got to go in and have a surgery on one of your ligaments. I started to develop that actually, and even before that though, the health area for that particular place was like, you should be taking ibuprofen every day before you come in and after you go home. I'm like, that can't be good for your liver. Like, legit, that cannot be all that good for your liver. Like they're recommending a certain dosage of ibuprofen twice a day. It's like, and when you work 6 days a week, you go through a lot of it, and it never felt right. It felt like that was just their crutch going, oh, you're just being a pussy or something. It's like, no, my hand legitimately fucking hurts, and especially after they did the crackdown with painkillers and turned everything into, you know, Schedule 1 shit. Even people that need them have trouble getting them. I try not to need them, so I don't really have that problem. It's just every once in a while when it's really sharp pain, something that's going to deaden it would be nice. Okay, that's in the music that I'm listening to, not outside here. Still no glimmer fog. We got a blizzard, it sounds like, though. We get some more of that wolf meat. Trying to save the deer. It's a few more calories. It's like an extra 100 calories or so. It's like blizzard light out here right now. Yeah, I did that yesterday because I just kind of felt like escaping everything a little bit, and it did hit me a lot more mental than it used to, and I think that's just because it's been quite a while. Storm sounds like it settled down a little bit. Let's pass another couple hours. All right, guys, we're hoping for that Aurora night tonight. Yeah, my pops is mid-70s, and he does take painkillers from time to time, but he is so... He only does it when it's absolutely necessary, and the doctor knows that, and he'll give them to him whenever my dad asks. Because Dad, like, his prescription for it could probably be renewed every 30 days, but Dad might go, 90 or 120 days. He doesn't abuse them at all. Come on, Aurora. It's time. We're gonna sit here so fucking long, all the Tembies will have respawned. Well, that's why I feel like yesterday was kind of one of those situations where it's like, wow. I can't believe this hit me as hard as it did. It felt nice, body felt good, but it also was a lot more mental than it usually is. I'm just not feeling confident we're gonna get a fucking Aurora tonight, guys. It's a beautiful, clear night. Why can't you just go to an Aurora, please? This is brutal. We don't need a long one. It's just across the way here. This is brutal. We're stacked. We don't have to worry about food or water. Or cabin fever for that matter, but fuck. I kind of just want this to be done. We got a lot to still get to tonight. Because we're not done with this tale even when we finish this bit and the next bit up. We still got to go to Forsaken Airfield to finish up. And then I would like to try to get this save over to Coastal Highway before we end up. Of course. There's like the 1 hour Aurora. All right, we got a hustle here. All right, we're getting in. All right, let's turn on the sound again.
Not sure I can carry much more.
Every damn time. Not so much worried about loot here as we are about getting over there and getting the other shit. But now we're in. This would be a nice little POI you could stay at as well. But again, the problem is there's no cooking implementation here whatsoever. And for good reason, you can't really do indoor fires, so. All right, here's Rudiger's diary.
Someone is stalking me. Even now, huddled here with the rats and the filth, he is searching. The mole I had feared, or... The mountain pass is closed. Great Bear Island's instability, its many earthquakes and shifting mountains, were thought to be key attributes in our scientific game. And that proved partially true. Its gnashing rocks, the clash of old and new forces in opposition, did grant us a look in the right direction. But it's also trapped me here, with no retreat from these frozen peaks. I need to examine the data more closely. All I hold in my hands is a closed book. I must get higher, to get the signal out, to let them know I persist in this hellish place.
All right, so he knows that. So we know now that because of that guy's log that we've been reading, we know he's tracking Rudiger. And now we know that Rudiger knows he's being tracked. That's basically the gist of what we just witnessed.
I wonder who owns this stuff.
Well, we own it now, Will. All right, so not really much of anything of note here that we need. So let's go, and we're gonna get, we'll probably wait one more day, and then we'll get a big night's sleep. And then we'll get moving on the rest of this tale. Yeah, not only Nebraska, Kansas is the same way. Kansas may be a long, long time before it does it. I'm in Missouri, so we just went that way last year, about this time last year. Hey, look, Missouri's a really red state. I never, ever expected... I knew if it ever got voted on, it would get passed, but I never expected it to ever make it to a ballot. And then it did. So... But yeah, like I said, I knew that it would pass if it ever made the ballot. All right, we're going to have to lighten up. We got ropes to climb, baby. Well, here's what bothers me, is that when I go and apply for a job in my state, and they want to do a drug test, they're still testing for marijuana, even though it's no more illegal than alcohol. It just stays in your system longer than alcohol does. And no company has any problem with alcohol, and yet a company that might be based in, like, Nebraska would be a good example. Let's say their home base is in Nebraska, where it's not legal. They then say, we don't care, it's going to be illegal for all of our buildings, even though it's a completely legal thing to do here. So it's an interesting situation. I wouldn't have a problem for it if they could come up with a test that's like, if they could come up with a test that could tell if you were under the influence at that time. But that's the problem, is nobody's done that yet. They have it for alcohol, they don't have it for pot. And that is a bit of a problem in my eyes. We're going to pass one more hour. We're going to get all of our condition back tonight. Let's make sure that we eat a steak. Drink up some of that water. Get 12 hours sleep. Then we'll get up in the morning. We'll check our shit and we'll get moving, weather permitting. On to the next portion of this tale. And it sounds like it's a blizzard outside. So the company that I was working for, I'm not going to name them, but so in their employee handbook, all right, and the HR department at this company was really bad, and I'd still be working for this company had it not shut down the Kansas City location where I was working from. And, well, they didn't shut it down. They shut down the warehouse, and they still got like an outpost here, but let's just say this company was doing returns of electronics for recycling, and my location would send out empty boxes with a self-return label in it for people to box up their stuff and send it into the home center in St. Louis. So, but it was based in Missouri. And even after it went legal here, they were like, nope, we're still not going to deal with it. It's like, it's legal. You can't just say that. If it was illegal, and they're like, nope, that's our decision. We're sticking to it. And yet HR had never fixed the literature inside the handbook, which stated that a drug was classified as something that was obtained illegally. That was its only classification for drug, was it had to be obtained illegally. And if you could legally go get it, then they couldn't rightfully fire you if you failed a drug test or something, because they were too lazy to change their verbiage. Even though the rumor was they'd fire you for it, which is a lawsuit waiting to happen based on the employee handbook. They weren't, their HR department was really bad. But like, anybody that thinks, like, you got to take it case by case, right? You know, the last job I had, everybody was outside during shift. One guy went out there every 30 minutes and would smoke. And then everybody else on crew would go out and get high, including the head chef and sous chef. And it's like, guys, we're working here. Like, have some professionalism. It's not something I would ever do at work, nor would I ever go into work in that state. But like, what I do on my time is my business if it's legal. It shouldn't affect that at all. But because they don't have a spot check test for, oh, well, we can tell you're high right now, because they don't have that, they just go off of a fucking pee test and say, well, it's detected in urine or whatever. So, yeah, it's silliness, stupidness. We got a lot of time here today, and I want to be fully rested. Let's sleep an hour. No, we're not. Okay, so we'll pass an hour, then maybe sleep an hour and see if the weather settles down. I mean, look, in an ideal world, I could just sit here and make content and do streams and be able to afford to pay my bills. And I wouldn't be asking for like riches and shit. Like, it's not. But the ability to sit here and do this as a business would be awesome. Don't ever anticipate that happening. But, I mean, you never know. You can never say never. That video I put out Saturday started shooting up like a freaking, like a rocket yesterday. I ended up with like 26 subs yesterday in one day. Stuff happens like that, I guess. Especially with games like Doom that are, you know, brand new to everybody. We're a little bit heavy. But we're ready to go tackle this last portion of Last Horizon. Yeah, no, I kept sitting there going, wow. Like yesterday all day was like, wow. My content goes through stages. Where stuff will be popular for a little while and then it won't be popular at all. All right, off we get while we got decent weather. A lot of rope climbs upcoming, both up and down. There should be some places to kind of camp out and sleep, get some condition back, but this part's a little rough. When I first came to this region the first time, I went all the way up to the cabin that's up the hill here. And I tried to live there, and it was brutal. No fuel anywhere around. Like, it was tough. Plenty of animals to kill, but man alive, was it tough up there. We should be coming down here to the, yeah, right up there is an A-frame that I tried to stay at. It didn't pan out so good. Should be a little fishing shack down here we'll stop by and peek at. And then we'll go over there to the rope. We must be in the wind here because we're not heavy. Looks like we took out that wolf pack that kind of patrols the area, so that's good. And there shouldn't be any hostile creatures up there, I don't think. Then again, wildlife refresh, you never know. Oh. Talking about the cougar. I don't even know why we're searching here. We don't need any of this shit. Off we go. Just enough of into the wind that makes it a little difficult. Zach answered a question I had the other day in his Discord. It's really the only interaction I've ever had with him. When I got over there, I had some YouTube questions that I wanted to ask the creators that were in there. Like just opinions, stuff like that. And everybody was super nice with the questions I had. And I was asked if I wanted to be in the you know, the content creator section, which I thought that's awesome. That's a hell of an honor. But then they were like, oh, and we'll promote your, what is that? Is that a deer? Yeah, it's a deer. I hope that's a deer. Yeah, it's a deer. Okay. They were like, and then we'll promote your, you know, you can go to this now streaming category, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that's not really what I'm here for. I'm not here to promote on, you know, Zach's Discord. But I would like to bend the ear a little bit of some of the bigger creators about some questions I've got when it comes to this particular game. And YouTube itself. And they were nice enough to answer those questions. That's really all I wanted. People that have more experience with it than me, I thought it would be nice to get a valid opinion of some things. Not content-wise, more algorithm related. But everybody's super nice over there. But I told the mod, I'm like, yeah, don't. What's the main mod's name? The one that did it for me. She's the one that's is it Jade Princess? I think it's Jade Princess. She's the one that's always listed right up front on Zach's videos. She was super, super nice. And offered to put me in all these categories that were going to promote me. And I'm like, that's not really what I'm here for. Like, I appreciate that and thank you very much for the offer, but you don't have to do it. And it wasn't some symbolic gesture. It's literally, I don't mind if anybody self-promotes on my Discord, but, you know, Zach worked hard to get his community and I'm not there to poach. But it was really nice they would answer the questions that a smaller creator / channel has. I find that extra cool. how about a long ass climb with 0 ledges? Well, see, my YouTube questions are different because I don't follow the masses when it comes to... I make stuff that I want to make, that I think is going to be useful, and I feel like is a question that people want answered. That's me. I don't just come out and be like, I got to be first to get whatever information out there. I've never, ever been that way. Is it nice to get an early video on something? Yeah. Because you can capitalize on the trendiness of it. But like, I feel like my true mission with this is to just bring kind of, not necessarily off the wall, but more obscure information about games to people that may be looking for it. I tend to specialize with people that are beginning level, just starting out in certain games. To me, it's fun. Again, would it be great to sit here and do this and, you know, make a couple of grand a month? Fuck yeah, it would. But I don't ever expect to get to that level. I do it because I enjoy the structuring of a video. I enjoy kind of seeing an idea that comes in my head come out on video and how it's edited and the pacing and that kind of stuff. I've always been super interested in. Bro died with a potato sack and a carrot. This is gonna sound really like I'm lying, but like I've got this aversion to self-promotion. I feel like what I do, I want to stand on its own merit for the content. I don't want it to have anything to do with anything else. I just didn't go the right way. Okay, there we go. Metal. Somewhere down here, there'll be another cave. I think we got one more down climb and there'll be a cave. And we'll probably stay there and get our condition back because we're going to have a climb up and a climb down going forward from there. Yeah, I feel like those people that are on like Twitch is a good example. Don't forget to check your Twitch Prime. Blah, blah. Like, I would feel so cringy if I did that. And I know that's the wrong way to be if I would ever want to make a living doing this. It just doesn't feel right. If anybody ever financially supported me, I would want them to do it because they believe in the content, not because it's me begging for something. That's just never been my style. You know, I don't do memberships here on YouTube because I don't have anything to offer. When I make a video, I put the video out. I'm not gonna wait, you know, 3 or 4 extra days so members can have a first look at it, because then I feel like I'm begging. Is it begging? Probably not, but I have a tough time selling myself. Ooh, we just barely got to the rope before we got heavy. Oh, I'm monetized. I'm actually fully a monetized channel. And there's a lot of things that are available to me if I wanted to do them. Again, some of them just feel weird to me. I thought there was a cave before that climb. Hang on. Did I just miss it? Yeah, I hit monetization a year or so ago, a little over a year ago. You have to have 1,000 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours. And the watch hours have to be in a calendar year. Okay, so this isn't what I wanted. We're not going to be able to get up that rope because we're heavy. So what we can do is we can stem up this rope. This is what we saved it for. I thought there was a cave where we could chillax for a few hours and be able to get up this naturally, but I guess not. I make a little bit of money here and there from the ads that play before and after videos, and I think they even put ads in the live stream. But like when it comes to like channel memberships and stuff, again, it seems a little cringy to me. All right, we are gonna have to go find that cave. Because we're getting very cold now. At the very least, we're going to have to stop and make a fire. But I know there's a cave around here someplace that we can crash in. There's another... yeah, here it is. It's coming up. There's another rope climb over there. And the cave should be down here someplace. Before we get to that rope. And we could stay there, get some rest. Lighten up. Warm up. Damn, that had a lot of shit in it. Here's our cave. We go in here and start a little fire and rest by the fire. We got to be underweight before we head out of here, so because we got one more rope climb. Wow, that lighting effect. We don't really need to make a fire. We'll just stay here for the night. And then we'll sleep 12 hours right after this. Hopefully the weather will be forever in our favor. But we're nice and tucked away in here, so let's get our full condition back. We got one more rope climb, then we're going to go up and we're going to finish up this part of the tail. And then we're off to Forsaken to finish the whole thing. I think we're going to go the long way to Forsaken. We could go back around and take the transition cave, but I do not know my way around that transition cave, so that'll be a hard pass from me. We'll go the way I know. It'll take a little longer, but it's fine. With my luck, I'll end up over in zone of contamination. Shit. How encumbered. I mean, just fucking slightly. Just ever so slightly. Then once we get out of Forsaken, we're going to head over to Coastal, and then we'll probably go to Dune's character creator real quick, and we'll finish up my final form when it comes to how we're going to start the day tomorrow in the game. And that will be the face of my videos, will be what we're going to create tonight. For my little intros and outros where I show my face or I show my character. Let's be honest, most of the time it's not going to matter because most of the footage I'm going to be in a still suit with a hood and stuff on. And a mask. But I think for little intro shots, we'll probably not be, so... But in just about 12 hours, we'll be going live with that content. The last game I was this hyped for was New World, and anybody that played New World should already know how shitty that game turned out. I did some really interesting content. That was when I was still kind of first getting started making videos. Kind of didn't know my elbow from my butthole as to what people wanted to watch, but I had some fairly decent success early with certain topics that nobody else was covering. But it quickly went to shit because the game was just garbage. They started incentivizing PvP. Oh, well, if you got PvP turned on, we'll give you 2 times yield. It's like, come on, man. Like, why are you pressing this? Because the PvPers don't want the resources. They just want to gank. At least in that game they did. They didn't care about the fucking resources. They wanted your weapons and armor, and they wanted to gank you for it. They weren't making their own armor, they were taking other people's shit. So incentivizing PvP with double drop shit is kind of silly. Alright, we've arrived. We're very cold, we gotta get through this really quick.
Track the slippery creep up here, but he's moving fast. Stronger than he looks. And just as I'm starting to fade. I knew this might be a one-way trip, but I like my odds for something better. One last mission to fill the ledger before moving on to better days. Debts paid. The director off my back for good.
What did I kill for my hands to be that bloody?
Some bright idea, huh?
Where are my gloves?
I miss my brother. He would have loved this op. I can't really see his face anymore. Feel bad for the guys that didn't get out. Goddamn mine. Part of the gig to keep them in the dark, but this one hurt. Well then. It's almost kind of nice when the sun's up and the wind stops howling. Onward. Gotta fix this. Finish it.
Omega bunker. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here freezing to death.
My fingers feel numb.
Let's get warmed up. I don't think we're gonna go back to the house.
Well, that didn't work.
See, that was a 1 in 5 chance again, and it failed. How many times are they gonna say that I rolled a 1 on a 5-sided dice? The math just doesn't math, basically. That's heavier. Let's add one of those. All right, let's read Rudiger's diary number 2.
This island was meant to give up its secrets to me. Knowledge wired into its very bones, the deep places under the earth. A new geology. It promised much. A crack in the window to the future. I knew we could not accomplish our goals and be certain of success or safety in doing so, even if I could never have predicted this result. How powerful and destructive the amplification would be, the cascading, corrupting energy from the machine. But I chose to move forward. In the coming decades, these equivocations, these doubts, will be meaningless. I still believe EW was right. He was already so close, and 100 years ago. But even with my more complex machine, I cannot prove it, yet. The cost has been high, and now I suspect it is time for me to pay as well. Even now my enemies laugh, as their agent tracks my movements, this stalker in the hills, and I am only getting weaker. There is a terrible shadow across my mind, gnawing on its edges. I cannot focus my thoughts. My dreams are strange, a deep, wide ocean, unending.
So once again, he knows he's being followed. Hoping for some jerky. Let's make sure our temperature's all the way up.
Might have to drop some gear.
Okay, well, you can piss right off. Alright, so if we go in here now, and we're looking, we've done everything except for return to the Omega bunker and investigate the area shown in the Polaroid. And when we get through with this tale, I'm going to tell you why I think they didn't do a great job with this one. Alright, we're good and warm now. Let's get down the hill. We'll probably warm up at the A-frame for just a minute, and then we're going to try to get our butt back out of here. This is a bit of a risk, but if I can stay out of the wind, I might try to take, if there's a kilo of meat here. It's enough. Enough to cook. It won't be full calories, but it's close. We should only be heavy because of the rope, which we're about to attach down here. Yeah, just for me personally, I don't think this does enough for the tail. Especially if there's not more. The next tail is, I don't know, hang on. We got to get through it and then we'll take a peek. Down we go. We could run back up the road and pick up some more meat and bring with us, but we really just need enough for us to be getting to airfield and out. And then it's Coastal Highway, BB. Pretty much a straight shot, too, right across the train tracks. Thought there used to be some rabbits or something down there, but okie dokie. Oh, it's over there. Okay, I see it. Well, that sure looks like there's something up that way. I guess it's a one-way. I don't know how you get up there, though. I know this is a one-way. You can't get up this way. You'll see that here in just a minute. So thankful we had crampons. All these climbs would have been not doable without the crampons. But we've completed the portion for Sundered Pass, so we can GTFO if we want to. And we might. Maybe we can make it to TP by today. And then we'll head into Airfield. I would like to try to get a deer or something to get our meat reserves back up. Here's the reason why this is a one-way trip. Yeah, I agree. Specifically on any particular area that you know you're going to be doing climbing. So I'm pretty sure this way would take you back up to kind of where we went and climbed everything. It's kind of like a shortcut back around to the house. But we really didn't leave anything but some meat up there, so there's really no reason. I want to get back to the TP station and then drop off some things. And that's why I think for quality of life, what I really wish they would have added would have been another 1 or 2 slots for other stuff, like your workman's belt or foreman's belt, or some of the other stuff that you've got now, the rifle holster, that kind of shit. Like that stuff is useful, but you really can't do much with it because you've only got the 2 slots, and one of those slots is always going to be the Moosehide Satchel. I hear him. Wait, is he eating a deer? Nah, he's eating a rabbit. All right, we're still pretty warm, so I think we can bypass the hut here. We know we already looted it, so there's nothing here for us. It's still a pretty long walk to get back down to the station, so yeah, I call this kind of like the No Man's Sky effect. You give millions of permutations of starships that you can go and explore and collect, but then in the beginning they're like, but you can only have 8. It's like, well, then what's the point of going and searching everywhere for these ships when you're just going to find one you like and then wait for the right, you know, the right level, being S-class, and then maybe one system over you'll find one you like better, and then you got to do it again. It's like, come on, man. I think it's up to like 13 or 14 now. But they also give away ships constantly in the expeditions, like unique ships. So it's, they put on an update today, and I looked at it, I'm like, I'm not even remotely interested. Settlements have been around for 2+ years, and they're just now getting around to fixing them. They've been broken for 2 years, and they're like, look what we did! All these settlement improvements. It's like, fuck you, you guys should have done this when you released it in the first place. They're a victim of their own fucking roadmap, just in my opinion. They're more worried about their agenda than making sure everything works right. And then I was seeing a bunch of forum posts on it today that literally said that it's completely broken. That that when you go in to do your settlement and you want to build the new features that are supposed to be in the game, there's no place to build anything. So it doesn't even work on release. This is why I quit playing their game. This is why I'm not going to buy any more of their games. This is their MO. They release broken shit to ridiculous levels of hype, and then when it doesn't work, the community goes, I'll just give them a couple of weeks to fix it. And my argument's always been, no, just take the extra couple of weeks and make sure the shit works. Like, period. Put it out on the beta branch, or the public testing branch, and let people play around with it and see what's broken, and that way you don't release bullshit. But then people in the community go, well, these people got early access to everything, blah, 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 blah. And I didn't, so therefore I want equal. It's like, Jesus Christ. I got so tired of that kind of fucking bullshit. All right, we got one more rope climb. It's a down climb. We're a little bit heavy here because we're tired. Might be able to get rid of that with some food. Not that. Well, I guess we could always just swig on the water. All right, we're not heavy anymore, so hopefully we get to this rope before we get heavy again. Notice that we've still got the exact same amount of steaks that we came into this region with for venison. We haven't eaten a single venison steak in this region. Yeah, you're not wrong. It does weigh a little bit. No more running or anything. We want to try to get to this rope before we get too tired. But honestly, Sundered Pass wasn't even that bad this time. It started off pretty rough with the constant blizzards up there at the peak, at the weather station, but it went pretty well from there. God damn it, we didn't make it. We'll probably have to eat a venison steak to get under the limit. Still got stuff to do tonight. I'd like to be out of here by 10 or 11. Get a good 8 hours sleep in preparation for what is probably going to be a really, really long day tomorrow. Well, it's going to be a really long day. Either way you look at it. But it's in a good way. The good kind of long ass day. We like those here. Oh, come on with the wind. We're in a fucking canyon. I swear to Colonel Sanders, we would be guarded down here. And then it goes to guarding, even though it's similar freaking landscape. This pathway to get over there is almost too long. I guess we can eat a venison steak. We'll see if that 1 kilo gets us under. We'll go sleep at the transfer pass. All right, we got to get there before it comes back. Oh my God, it came back like immediately because we moved forward like an inch. Jesus Christ. Cheese and rice. All right, so now we can walk on down to the station. We'll keep an eye out for any animals. We'll sleep, and then we'll head straight into to airfield. Again, it's going to be a hell of a long walk to get in there, too. What can you do, though, you know? We should have some water over at the station. I don't think we left any food, though. Weather's starting to turn on us a little bit. That's okay. We got roads to follow. We can always find home from here. Even in a blizzard. Really sucks. There used to be animals up this way. Now there is none. Tarmy right there, but that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for meat. Meat. Feels weird that we've accomplished as much as we have in such a short number of streams. Yeah, they had the wildlife reset. That's changed so many different things. That's what we're looking for. We'll take our time with her this time and not press. God damn it. That's okay. She's running back down where we want her anyway. Hopefully she keeps going that way. We put one right in the kill zone. This game rewards headshots more than it does actual, this is where you would hit this deer to kill it. That was certainly a lung/heart shot. And the game's just like, nah, fuck you. I'm hoping she rubber bands. Put a good lick on her and it just wasn't enough. One shot with the rifle, not enough. If I'd hit the same spot with an arrow, it probably would have been like, oh yeah, you're good now. Come on, my lady. I need the meat. I need the meat. Looks like we're going to be tracking for a minute. I mean, And honestly, we just got to get into airfield and then out of airfield. And then come back to TP. We pick up whatever we want to take back home with us. And we're going to, we'll probably leave a bunch of shit at the dam. And we won't even go through PV. We'll just go straight to Coastal Highway via the bridge, the scary bridge. Oh, this is great. We lost the trail. It just went soft. Last known heading this way. We've walked a complete fucking circle for this fucking bitch. Well, that's not ideal. There she is. Come on, just keel over right there, lady. Stop running me in fucking circles. I'm too tired to be chasing your ass. She's right there somewhere. I just heard the footsteps. Alright, she just died. Wow, it's amazing. She followed the exact same path. We might spend a day here, get everything cooked. We're gonna need travel food for getting back over to Coastal as well. Remember, we haven't been in Coastal in this save yet. But maybe we can get it cooked. We'll get 12 hours sleep and we'll get our butt to airfield and get this completed. Come back here. We'll pick up the stuff that we know we're going to take with us. And then GTFO. Which we might be a little bit heavy. But then we'll leave the stuff at the dam probably. Probably don't even need to take the film. Mostly we're heavy because of food. And see, here it said we had a 65% chance of success. Which means a 35% chance of failure. And yet we're going to get it first try. Which is, I don't know. Like, it's, like I said, it's just forced RNG. We got water. We don't have to worry about that. Probably won't be enough water to travel with, though. So these things we want to bring. We want to bring a few of the things in here. And then I think a few of these things. We're going to be a little bit heavy going over there. But we're going to take a minute and figure out how heavy we're going to be. We won't have any rope climbs. And then, like I said, we can always just leave it there at the front of the dam. Ideally, I'd like to get it back to PV, especially the gunpowder and stuff, because that's that much closer to Blackrock. But the most direct path wouldn't be going through PV. It'd be going through Mystery Lake and then straight into Coastal via Ravine. And the really sketchy bridge crossing. All our gear looks pretty good. Actually, really pretty good considering the zone we were just in. And then we'll get a little more water cooking up. And that'll be our get in and get out of airfield. And our get over to coastal stuff. But yeah, we're gonna carry all of this as well as probably that nugget, the tool belt, the flask, and the bow. One of these days we'll have to come back here and pick up whatever's left over. But look, we didn't even loot out these regions. We really didn't. Like, I left so much stuff behind. Alright, that's all I'm willing to part with, so let's see if we can get 2 water cooks in that time. I don't think so. It's close. We can add 1 steak. Get full condition back so we can make this walk. Weather permitting, we're going straight into zone. We'll have half, or not zone, airfield. We'll have half a day to get to airfield, and we can go in the Omega bunker whenever we want. We don't have to wait for an Aurora or nothing, which is super nice. All right, we're extra light. Let's get out of here. Weather looks fantastic. Muy bueno. That would have had to been a YouTube thing because I don't even have a bot set up on this thing. Nightbot's not even a part of the channel. So there's no, like, I keep an eye on chat and I moderate it. So there must have been a YouTube no word that you used. It's probably fine. It's just YouTube decided you can't use it. That's weird though. Usually if it was some YouTube moderation bot, it should have held it for me to look at. Or a mod to look at. But I've never really had a mod, so. Beautiful day for travel, guys. We're going to be doing a lot of walking today. But let's go finish up Last Horizon. It's a doozy of a fucking trip, but let's go. Like I said, there's probably a quicker way to have done this where we could have skipped coming back to TP and gone straight through the transition cave, but like it's a three-way cave and I have no earthly idea the most efficient way of getting through there. We've come a pretty long way, and just about 4 streams is what it's taken us to get through the tails. We did the one stream with Signal Void. That we were doing something else early, though, and then we were like, fuck it, we're just going to start traveling and doing Signal Void. I think I got 1 done. And then we did the final 3 in one night. And then we did Zone of Contamination in one night. And now we're trying to finish up Last Horizon in one night. But I am really confused because this is 3 and Sutherland's Tale they're saying is number 5. So I'm really confused. Is there something I'm missing here? What's Tale 4? Ah, yeah, it sucks. I think I might be the opposite of that, though, and be a little more vengeance. Losing a furry friend's never easy. big long walk here, guys, but we're every step we take is one step less of the total. And then the idea would be to get out of here as quickly as possible, and then we're off. We'll have to walk heavy back through the far territories and the range line or whatever it is, the branch range line. And then we'll have to walk a little bit heavy through Forlorn Muskeg. Hopefully we can avoid the bear spawns. And then it's just down the tracks in Mystery Lake. We'll stop at the dam, drop some things off, and then we'll come back out and we'll go straight through Ravine. And we'll head over to Coastal Highway. And that's where we're going to leave it. And then we'll probably go into the character creator real quickly. And get our character for tomorrow all set up. And then I'm going to go get food. And sleep as much as I possibly can until about 8 o'clock tomorrow. If I could even go to bed at like 11 and get sleep, maybe 9 hours sleep, that'd be amazing. I get that much sleep, I'll be wired for a long time. But like I said, coffee's already made. All I gotta do is put it on ice. Tea is already ready to go, so we won't have to stop and make tea tomorrow afternoon. I've got some bagged snacks in here. We'll just be stopping for pee breaks and for doggy bathroom breaks. We'll make sure she's got plenty of water and food, and yeah, I'm so looking forward to it. It's going to be so much fun. Especially now that I've played the beta, so I kind of have a much better understanding of, okay, this is what we want to do. This is kind of the methodology. Which again was kind of part of that video from Saturday. I'm glad everybody took it the way I intended it too. No, but Casey, well, we might. I don't know. I've never heard of it. Casey's got too many barbecue, but I don't like KC barbecue. I know that sounds sacrilegious as a native Kansas Cityan. I think Kansas City barbecue it's okay, but it's just too sweet for me. I'm a little more of a Memphis boy. I like the vinegar and the mustard. Yeah. Vinegar permeates the meat. It gives it a little extra flavor. Makes it that much more tender. Oh, it's good. But like you try to serve some of that stuff up here in KC and you get laughed out of town. I mean, I did competition barbecue for a couple of years. We did okay. It was mostly for fun. But like we kept hearing the same thing, like, wow, your stuff's so different than normal Kansas City. It's like, yeah, that's the point. But nobody was ready for it because everybody just wanted the stupid KC Masterpiece crap. Which is admittedly what I have to do around here because it's not really my call. Unless I make like 2 racks of ribs, then I can do some good sauce or good rub or whatever I want to do, or even a good method that I like. But like when I make pulled pork, it's got to be pretty basic. Brisket, pretty basic. All right, guys, we're actually hauling ass at this point. Just a long walk. You know what? I want to stop over here at Junkers just real briefly because I want to see if that outside coal does respawn. It may not have been long enough at this point for it to respawn, but it does. It do be respawning. Good to know. I thought it did, but I couldn't be absolutely certain that it did. So that'll be our emergency fuel for the trip home. We're probably not going to grab much out of this bunker other than the special items. Yes. Add an onion ring on top of that. You basically got what's called a Memphis pile. Although I usually do some kind of sauce, but I usually do a pretty spicy sauce. I like spicy barbecue. The family here doesn't. The family wants sweet. I like kind of vinegary spicy. Well, I mean, the truth of the matter is if barbecue's done properly, you don't need sauce. The meat's more than juicy enough, and you really let the rub shine through when that comes down to it. With a pulled pork sandwich, though, I kind of feel like the messier the better. But yeah, I'll put coleslaw on top of pulled pork and an onion ring, like a fried onion ring. Oh, God, it's so good. But I do tend to agree with you that if barbecue is done properly, you don't really need sauce. Yeah, so I've got this mop sauce that I make that's got all kinds of stuff in it, but it's like apple cider vinegar. There's a particular type of soda pop that I put in it. Dry mustard. Not caraway seed. Why am I drawing a blank here? It's not caraway seed. Celery seed. Salt, little pepper, brown sugar. I add a little bit of yellow mustard to it. Some butter. And I basically brush that on my ribs as I cook them. And kind of let it permeate in while it's taking the smoke. I love those ribs to death, and most people that I've given them to really like them. It's just my family doesn't. My family likes the sweeter stuff. It's also a pretty considerable amount of work to make the mop and be super patient with the smoker and stuff. All right, I think we got such good weather here. We're just going to try to press right onto the Omega bunker. There's probably a couple cans of corn or something in there we could eat. This run, I'm not real concerned about the loot. We've already been there, done that. As long as they're not ruined, we should be okay to, depending on their condition, should be okay to eat canned ham or whatever just to keep us from using up our meat. And then it's literally just a walking trip. Unless there's something over here that I'm missing. And I guess there could be. Maybe there is a fourth tail that I just never went and did. Because they're calling this the 5th edition of Sutherland's Tale. They're saying is 5. Right now we're on number 3, so what's 4? From what I can tell, Sutherland's Tale doesn't really relate to any of this. It's completely separate. And I guess if we do run into where we got to be over here and we got to go do another tale, it'll have to wait for a little while. But we'll just stay in this area. We'll park the save wherever we got to go and not worry about getting over to Coastal. But we are cruising right now. Moving right the F along, and I like it. Of course, I come over here this time and there's deer everywhere, but there's not been deer in this field. The last time we came through here, we could stock up meat and stuff. We don't need it right now. But, like, it's fitting. It's the way the game treats you. I do need to go back in tonight and fix those titles for the 2 streams tomorrow, because other people are going to be present. I'm not sure everybody's going to be on all day like I'm going to be, but I think at least 3 of us are going to be on pretty much 12 plus hours tomorrow. We should accomplish a lot in Dune Awakening tomorrow. Like, we should be in an excellent position going forward after tomorrow. We've got a starter plan of once we get in, we're gonna go to the spot where we're gonna build, and yeah, that we're gonna get our base up and running, and then we're just gonna grind for several hours. A bunch of resources we know we're gonna need. And, yeah, that's kind of the situation. But we've all discussed it, and we kind of know, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is what our main goal is, to get our spot that we want before anybody else can get to it. Make our land claim, and then get enough stuff where we can get a second build going tomorrow, if not done. And then be able to still keep that first base claimed. Oh yeah, and everybody thinks that their style is the best. Everybody that loves barbecue is kind of their own little barbecue snob. I mean, I think Texas Pit is okay. Kansas City's okay. But like, You get into that Carolina style or a Memphis style, and it's like, man, they just do some things with vinegar that excite my taste buds. But it's not for everybody. Some people hate vinegar in their barbecue. I love vinegar-based barbecue sauces. They're not even really sauces, they're more like mops. Kind of soak the bread up with it or something. Oh, it's so good. But I'm a little bit of a hoe for vinegar. All right, so right back over here will be our bunker. Bunker Omega. Let's go finish the tail, guys. I still want to know what happened to tail 4. Maybe there's a tail we're missing. Maybe we will be staying over in far territories and not moving out. But I know tail 5 is Sutherland or Sunderland or whatever his name is. Back here. We saw this area when we came through here the first time, but we couldn't get in because we didn't know, technically didn't know it was there. All right, there's the tactical jacket. We'll take an MRE. You can see we've got some stuff to pick up here. Well, it looks like we found Rudiger, but let's read stuff and let's figure it out. Oh, I know a lot of people that feel that way too, Beetle. I really do. All right, here's Rudiger's diary number 3.
Just waiting now, trapped in squalor, brought low by my ambition. Still, I believed I was right. I am right. If we are to move forward as a species, we will need better models for understanding our planet and its potential for creative destruction. Eras when it wipes the slate clean and starts again. I wanted to profit from this knowledge. Probabilistically, my chances were good.
Probabilistically?
Yes, but the numbers suggested a favorable one. Based on my current condition, I overestimated my chances.
All right, so we've got a body here, but we don't know for sure who's what. We've also got the chief security badge. This is the lady that we laid to rest over at the waterfall. All right, here's the foreman's technical log. Let's see if he's got some more information about Rudiger.
Writing this while I still can. So there's no question. So someone knows. So it all wasn't for nothing. It's getting colder. And I'm starting to lose it. Kept doing what the doctor said. The writing, the breathing, the mental games. We'll see. Rudiger had been holed up in here for a while. He wasn't exactly happy to see me, the bastard. just laying there in a heap. But this is how I remember it going down.
The stalker shows himself. You must be pleased to see me as this pathetic creature. To witness this.
Did you think the board was gonna sit by and let you just walk away? After everything you promised? If it had gone another way down in that mine, you'd have never even known I was here. Just another hired hand. But it didn't. And now we've all paid. Even you, I think. Unless you have a cure. You wouldn't risk it otherwise. Except you would, wouldn't you?
I had not considered this a possibility. Everything that has happened, at least not a likely one.
God damn it!
Rudiger sounds like
Oh,
Jigsaw.
I'm gonna... Where's the data?
Control yourself. Emotional volatility, lack of inhibition. These are the signs you have been affected like the others, just as I have. I didn't predict this. It is my failure. I regret that. Just as I regret what I have to do now.
Don't do it! He rolled over and drew a gun on me. I only got off a single shot, but it was a good one. Enough to put him down. Just enough. I could see he'd already had a bad time of it out there. Can't even keep these pages straight. Gonna rest a bit, then see how far I can get. With whatever's left of me. But maybe I shouldn't make it.
Expensive looking gold wristwatch. There it is. Last horizon completed. And that's it. There's nothing more. So there is... I thought we picked this up. Did we not? So we know Rudiger's dead. And that was the end of Tale 3. Is there just no Tale 4? I'm trying to figure it out, and I don't understand. Not completely. This place is a fucking labyrinth. Trying to get to the kitchen. See if there's some canned food or anything we could eat real quick just to save some meat.
I better take this food.
And then we'll eat a canned ham, because I've never eaten a canned ham in the game.
Wonder if this is any good to eat.
All right, we didn't get food poisoning from it, so that's a good thing. I'm not worried about Wilderness Kitchen. There was some water in here, though. Let's pick up a couple of those.
Wonder if I can drop it.
Every time anything happens, he complains. I'm tired of it. Thank you, Eve. Under and over it. All right, so here's the way out. I'm so confused. I'm so confused because you can't make out the writing. That's really the only thing we got to go on. And then here it's just the three tales, and they're calling Sunderland the fifth one. So where's 4? Am I missing something? Have I missed something? Because I assure you, 4 comes between 3 and 5. Here's where I think, and we're just going to auto walk, and let me pull up a gun just in case, but here's where I think they've failed with this particular set of stories. And maybe if there is a 4 and I just haven't seen it, maybe it would explain it, but we don't know anything. Yeah, we know Rudiger's dead, and that's fine. We know this guy was chasing him because he was kind of trying to avenge the security chief. But we don't have any idea what the fucking machine was. Like, no earthly idea what the machine was. What did it do? What was its purpose? What information was he trying to get? And that's what I always thought was going to come in with the 4th tale, was the finality of it. And now they're saying tale 5 is Sunderland. And I'm like, hang on, hold up. Are we missing something here? Because I'm pretty sure we're missing something here. I don't feel like there's any conclusion to this. I don't. It's nice that they tied it up to where we know Rudiger's dead. We also know the security chief is dead. We don't know about the foreman. We got no idea about the foreman. We're not getting a prompt for another mission to go back over to ZOC and go back in the mine. To go look for that location. So what am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something. I think so. It's definitely the same kind of setting, but it's gonna have a lot more stuff and multiplayer, which sounds fantastic. This game, I know it's a really divisive topic, and I know there's a mod for it, but I can't figure out how to put a mod loader on this game. Not without it looking like really bad shit. And by the way, I did manage to get that the mod loader that wouldn't let me get rid of it. It finally did let me get rid of it. I had to uninstall, then go into the Steam files and make sure that shit was deleted before I reinstalled, and then it finally got rid of that mod loader that didn't work. That thing was like a virus on my computer, but I did finally manage to get rid of it. Yeah, Black Frost it's set in kind of the same universe, but I've always thought this game would be excellent with like one other person. I don't think it was malware. I scanned the files hundreds of times with a couple of different programs, and it never came back that it was doing anything obtuse. It's just that I couldn't get it off the fucking computer, and that bothered the shit out of me. We'll sleep here tonight. We're not all that tired, though, is kind of the problem. Probably have to pass a couple hours, all that good kind of crap. I'm so utterly confused that we've got 100% completion here on everything. And now when we go to Sunderland, it's all of a sudden number 5. I don't know. I made good time on this one tonight, though. We only took about 4 hours. All right, so we're gonna probably just pass some time until we get over the top of our tired meter here. Probably about 3 hours. We're going to go ahead and pass one more. We'll get 10 hours sleep, and weather permitting, we'll get out of here. We'll get back over to the station, we'll pick up our shit, and let's get moving. I think we missed the tactical gloves over there, but I don't even care. Matter of fact, we might just drop the tactical jacket here. I just don't care. This save's not for collecting. This save's for completionism. It's an extra 2 kilos we don't need to be carrying the fuck around. Looked like a good day, though. A little cold. A lot of cold. A whole lot of cold. But we can stop at Junkers and warm up. Or we can find a little nook and make a fire. I'm just so confused by all of this. Where's the fourth tail? shit. That sounds really blizzardy. But there's no snow, so I don't know what to do here. Worst case, there's a car on the road that we can hop in and get out of the blizzard. Should be warm in there with our gear. Let's try to keep from doubling back if we can. I really want to know where number 4 is at and what it's all about. I don't want to leave the area until I know that it's either not here, because the Trader Tale has nothing to do with any of this. Unless they're going to say that the Trader ends up being the foreman. But this is the Trader is supposed to be the final tale. Like I said, it's all very strange to me. But if we do end up walking back, or maybe we'll just leave it here and walk back later. I don't know. It's already almost 10. It's gonna take a while to walk across all these maps. And I want to get that good sleep tonight. I only gave myself about 3.5 hours sleep today. Got real groggy. Getting up, I'm like, okay, we did this on purpose. We're setting it up so we can get a good night's sleep. Be on full rest so we can do our best tomorrow. It'll never work out that way. Check to see if you've got the notification bell on. And then it should send out... Look, it should. I'm not saying that it's absolute that it's going to, but it should send out a notification when I go live or when I drop a video. We might just leave this save over here at Transfer Pass, and the reason is I would need to do some more research. Yeah, that's kind of just YouTube. YouTube notification system is very hit and miss. The only thing I could do is start saying, okay, this is the schedule, but I can't commit to a schedule right now, because I don't know what is going to happen in a week or 2 weeks. Once I get back to work and stuff, I'll be able to set a schedule. Hey, this night's going to be, we'll stream at this time. It'll be pretty consistent, so that way we don't have... Because I know I kind of a little random right now, but... It's like I said earlier, my mental is not in a great place. I'm fine, everything's good. It's just sometimes motivation gets the better of me, where I'm just not motivated at all. we should probably stop here and warm up. Still cold. I wonder if our gear's kind of starting to get worn down a little bit. But yeah, they don't say anything about the machine. Is it the machine that caused the quiet apocalypse? Did Rudiger do this to this area? There's so many loose ends here. It's ridiculous. It needs a number 4 just to tie that up. And then 5, sure, that can be the traitor, even though the traitor's not even remotely related to the Far Territories. Oh, always, man. And I'm not, look, this is not a sympathy thing. I'm fine. Everything's fine. It's just sometimes the weight hits and it's like, okay. And I don't feel super motivated to come on and be, you know, positive. And I was always at my best when it came to content stuff when I would get home from work, because that's what kind of got me through the day. Whether it was going to be a stream or I knew that night I was going to be working on a video, I was like, yeah, I can't wait to get home and do that. It would help get me through the day, and I don't have that right now. So motivation's difficult. But everything's fine. I'm not complaining. I'm not trying to get people feel sorry for me or anything. It's just people go through stuff. In a way, I'm glad I've got this outlet, because it still makes me feel connected to the world in some way. Like, I haven't really been leaving the house much at all lately. I got nowhere to go. Like, what am I gonna go do? And we will be all but a shut-in this weekend, so... Depending on how long we go tomorrow, will kind of dictate the rest of the weekend. As to streams, I'll still be playing the game. But when it comes to streams, I want to make sure that there is a objective for the stream and not just random, hey, come on and play. I want there to be some type of direction for the stream. And the last time I did a 14-hour stream and then a 12-hour stream back to back, and the day after that, my voice was just gone. So that will be interesting to see how that goes too. Well, I appreciate that, man. I really do. It means a lot to me when people kind of come and hang out and I get to know people. And you know, like yesterday, it was like, well, my number's going up. Sub-wise, view-wise, watch hour-wise, like everything was going up yesterday. And then it looked like it was going to pop again today, and then it just didn't. Which is also fine. I assume today would be the better of the days for the video, just because it's the day before launch. I expect maybe that video will get another push on the 9th or 10th before global release. But we'll be playing with all the other tryhards that bought the high-end editions starting tomorrow. When the three of us, Mia, Shy, and Elo, got done playing the beta, we were all like, it's gonna be a month. Now it's a month. We barely scratched the surface on a lot of things with that game, and we've been jonesing for it for a month. I think it's got potential. I don't think it's like Game of the Year candidate or nothing, but I think it's got a lot of potential to be a very lasting, long-term game. We'll see how Funcom handles everything. There's a few controversial things about it right now, like if I were to go get a private server to be able where I can do whatever I want, all the resources I want, all the POIs I can go do without having to fight other people for them, all the resources, everything. Even on a private server, they're still connected to other private servers. And then there is PvP in the Deep Desert region. So I can't even have a full PvE server because of the Deep Desert. It's a very strange setup. We'll be talking a lot more about that in the weeks to come. 'Cause I want to kind of see how that's going to play out and what people are saying about private servers. You know, on Conan, you can have completely PvE private servers. You can turn PvP completely off, but apparently in Dune, that's not possible. That the Deep Desert is always going to be PvP. And that would just be like, well, then why would I just play on an official server? If there's no difference, why would I worry about being on an official, or not, why would I worry about having a private server? Unless I was hosting some type of RP thing or something, where everybody was playing a character. But even then, there would be PvP elements in there that we couldn't control, because that server is connected to 9 other servers for the Deep Desert. It's a dynamic I've never seen in gaming before, where it's... I mean, I've seen games that have both elements of PvP and PvE, but never where there's this area, if you want to even go into the area, it's forced. It's not forced that you have to PvP somebody, but somebody can come PvP you. So there are areas of the Deep Desert, I suppose, that's got some PvE to it, but you're not going to get the really good shit unless you go take a risk. And for them to say you can't even do it on a private server, that's just dumb. I'd have to go and look and see how they're selling these private servers. Are they saying, look, even though this is, you will have one of these servers on this pod and PvP will be disabled in the Deep Desert. So your server and 9 others will all have that pod. You'll all be your own server. But when you go into the Deep Desert, you'll have interaction with these other people, but nobody can PvP. You can either work cooperatively or ignore each other. And in that case, I can understand it. I don't know. It's going to be a hell of a ride. Believe it or not, I can tell you right now I won't be playing GTA 6. It's not because I don't want to play GTA 6. It's because everybody and their mother is going to be playing GTA 6. There's going to be a crowd of content that's going to come out. It's not really the kind of game that I like to cover for content anyway. it doesn't really have the stuff I like to talk about. But that's not the real reason why. The real reason is I fucking hate Rockstar. I think Rockstar is an abysmal company. And I'm not going to buy an Xbox or a PlayStation just so I can play GTA 6 and then have to buy it again a year later for PC. Just not interested in that. Okay, let me get a save in real quick. I have to sleep for an hour. That'll give us a save. And then I'm going to quit real fast. Because I want to go look at the title screen with you guys. Part 6 of the Tales from the Far... Part 6? Today we're pleased to announce the release of Tales Part 6, Broken Silence. This is the last part of the Tales for the DLC for Survival Mode, and concludes the 2-year expansion pass. The Tales DLC will continue to be available for purchase in its entirety moving forward. Broken Silence is the biggest update for Tales and the base survival game since the launch of the DLC expansion pass campaign in December of 2022. The following 18-minute update video goes into great detail about all the new features and content in Broken Silence for both the paid and free streams, yeah. Safe house customization, cougar, global wildlife. So what was part 4 and 5? Oh, you guys can't even see this because it's internet based. Hang on, I'm going to tab for a second. Ooh, itchy. Just for a minute here. I'm going to look something up. Parts. Okay, part 1 is Forsaken Airfield. Part 2 is Signal Void. Part 3 is Frontier Comforts. Part 4 is Buried Echoes. Part 5 is Last Horizon, which is what we just finished up. And part 6 is Broken Silence, which is the traitor stuff. Sutherland's Tale, and it has nothing to do with any of this. So yes, sorry, but my opinion is that they have botched telling this tale. Yeah, well, look, they could pretty easily, with this much lead time, they could have gotten everything out for the PC that they wanted to. What they're trying to do is capitalize on people buying it twice. And I'm just not going to play that game with them. I'm just not going to play that game with him. Oh, we're not that heavy. We're a little bit heavy. We're not that heavy. I guess we can walk away. If we get tired of it, we'll stop. But there's nothing more to do. This tale has no conclusion. What happened to the security, the foreman? We know what happened to Rudiger, but we don't know what the fuck the machine did. We got no idea. This is not good storytelling. The story itself is good. The ending is like, huh? I'm being told a story that that doesn't tell the whole story. And instead of putting in a part that actually finishes this off, they're like, here's the traitor and that's it. We're done with this. The traitor's got nothing to do with... As a matter of fact, it shouldn't even be considered part of the Tales from the Far Territory DLC because it's not in the Far Territories. Yeah, but I've seen the traitor quest line. And it has nothing to do with any of this. Other than the fact that he's in this world. Other than he is a NPC in this world. I'm a little flabbergasted by it. They told a great story in Buried Echoes. Okay, Buried Echoes was a fantastic story. You're finding these things from the security chief and how she slowly starts to lose it, and she finally comes to terms with she's not getting out alive. It was a good piece of storytelling. Last Horizon, okay, we're gonna chase Rudiger, but there's a guy chasing him with us. Okay. And then in the end, you find Rudiger's body. But still don't understand what the machine was or what it did or how it made people sick. We don't get to collect the data and find out those things. We don't know what happened to the foreman. The only thing I can think of conceivably is that maybe the foreman and Sutherland are related. And that would tie them together, but I didn't see any evidence of that in the stuff that I looked at. But I guess what we'll do is we'll go this way and we'll park it in Coastal, and then when we come back, we can start doing Sutherland's Tales. I don't know how the first tale is Forsaken Airfield. Like, how is that a tale? They're just calling a DLC a tale at that point. Signal Void is a little disjointed, but it's not bad. Buried Echoes is a great storytelling experience. And then this last one is just like, eh. You showed me this cool machine, and then you're thinking, I'm gonna find out what this does. And they never tell you. You know, everybody's been waiting for story mode to get done for ages. And I think one of my next, maybe after we do Sutherland, maybe we will go ahead and, because it's going to be a while before we get back to a lot of this stuff, and the Sutherland tale is probably going to take multiple streams. Maybe we'll start in and do some streams on the story mode, and that way somewhere around, I think it's supposed to come out at the end of this year, we'll be able to do the final tale with it kind of fresh in our mind. Or not tale, but the final episode of Wintermute. I've played and beaten Wintermute at this point, but yeah, it's not all that fresh in my head. I did it a while back. This is what happens when they take so long between episodes. And now it feels like they're trying to cram everything in so that they can get done with everything they want to do here, so they put all their effort towards Black Frost. Which, look, that's their right. They're the developer. They can do whatever they want. It's us as players that also have the right to either play or not play their game. People need to learn to start voting with their wallet. Which is why I'm not buying Light No Fire, which is why I'm not buying GTA 6. I mean, I'm gonna buy Black Frost. How can you not buy a sequel to one of the greatest survival games ever made? And I stand behind that. This is one of the greatest survival games ever made. There's things about it that I would change, or I would do different, but I still will say it's one of the best games, survival-wise, ever made. If not, maybe even the best survival game ever made. You know, some people would say, oh, Green Hell's better. Green Hell's more realistic. I don't think that necessarily makes it better. All right, so we should be able to spend the night somewhere, and then I think we can pretty much make it to Coastal in one day. Once we get to Mystery Lake, we'll drop off all this excess stuff. We'll be pretty light. We're not that slow, though. Like, we're not that bad off. I've been way heavier than this. Way heavier. But 3 streams ago, we set off from Pleasant Valley and said, fuck it, let's go do it. And guess what? We did it. For UEs, you got to see some stuff that you haven't seen yet. Maybe it'll help you when you get to it. I think we'll probably stop off at maintenance shed. There's no real, well, unless we can possibly make it to I don't want to do that in this fog, though. We might be able to make it to Poachers, but if the fog doesn't lift, that's risky. Because there's one bear spawn between us and there. And if he pops up on us, we're going to have no choice but to fight him. In the open. With no advantage. And see, that's the reason why I went to YouTube instead of Twitch. Is because sometimes on these targeted streams like this, people will go back and watch it. It's like, oh, okay, that's how he did it. Remember, this run started over here in Airfield to where we came and got the radio on day one. Bah, my nemesis. I'm not interested. I'm not interested. But as far as timing goes, I think we've got time to get over to Coastal and then also go do the character creator real quick and get my final avatar for the game tomorrow morning. Then food, then sleep, and then all heck breaks loose tomorrow. In a good way. I've already got the thumbnails ready. The streams are scheduled. Just got to go change the titles to include the guild mates because they deserve that. To be honest with you, I'm really surprised I was able to find it. I always felt like there was another room off here to the right, but there just isn't. That was in this run too, wasn't it? For the HRV cache. We've been a lot of places in this save. Not everywhere yet, but we've been a lot of places. Yeah, we're moving really good for being a little bit heavy. This is finally a case of Jay going, I don't need it all. I've already done that kind of run so many times. It's like, let's just do something different. Some things, like unique things, I wouldn't mind bringing back with me, like the gold nugget and that bow. We need the gunpowder stuff for later when we go to craft ammo. Getting into Blackrock will be a lot of fun. Getting through that cave into the mine will be a lot of fun on that too. Still lots to do in this save. It's just, you know, we'll get there when we get there. I think everybody's been pretty receptive to that at this point. They kind of know where my heart lies. It's not that I don't love this game. It's just that I've got a new game that I absolutely want to love. Yeah, it's pretty foggy. God, we could make it to Poachers too. I'm just not sure it's a great idea. we'll be out of this region in short order. Once we get there, we're committed, though. If we go that way, we're committed to it. I'm just more concerned that that's kind of the visibility we've got right there. I hear the bear, or no, I don't hear a bear, I hear a wolf. There he is. He's busy. See about walking around him. Don't engage unless we gotta. Another really tricky part of this is I know the Trader Tale requires you to go to the bunkers, the stocked bunkers. And we've already been to most of them. So I gotta remember which one was which. I may have to go back and watch my own footage to figure out where we're gonna be going each time we go adventure for one of his tales. We gotta complete like 3 or 4 trades before he's even gonna put the tale up. Maybe more. There's gotta be a certain trust level that he has for us. Shall we just YOLO here, guys? Let's just... It kind of looks like it's clearing up a little bit, so let's YOLO. See if we can make poachers, and maybe we could even possibly make camp office. Doubtful, though. It's a long walk across Forlorn. And if we make camp office, then why wouldn't we just go ahead and try to get to the dam, sleep there, drop stuff off, and then go and get over to Quonsat? I have been here. From what I understand, and I can't, look, I haven't messed with the trader at all at this point. From the information that I found online, you don't want to do multiple trades at once. You kind of want to do them one at a time. Wow. That was pretty good for a revolver. I couldn't tell if I actually hit him the first time or not. Oh, it's getting a lot clearer now. Let's say our goal for tonight is to make it to Poachers. We'll get sleep there. And then we should be able to get all the way over to Quonset in one day. You know, I've had a stream scheduled for a while to come in and do the Darkwalker challenge because I was like, you know, I actually beat it really easily. And I wanted to make sure it wasn't a fluke. Whereas with something like As the Dead Sleep, it took me multiple tries, so I know when I beat it, I freaking deserved to beat it. But yeah, from what I understand, I don't know exactly how the point system works to where he gives you trust. But everybody that I've heard has said you kind of want to do one trade at a time. Yeah, I think that's probably what you're going to want to do, especially if you want to get the tail going. And that patch was released, so the tail should be good to go now. It's something that we will complete. It's just going to be a while. We're getting a little slower as we go, but that's just because we're getting tired. Poachers is like halfway through Forlorn. That'll be a good stopping point. Hopefully we don't have a bear entanglement here at the beginning or coming out of Forlorn. We'll see. We've been through here a few times now. We know that they do spawn in both of the old locations. Being one right here at this edge and one at the other edge. But we're going to have to really keep our eye out because it's still just a little foggy. We do not want to get snuck up on. Wouldn't kill us at this point, but I'd just as soon not take the wear and tear on the gear. We don't need to kill a bear right now. Why waste ammo if we don't have to? But he could be coming over here from the right at us, and we wouldn't know. I don't see him over there. I've fought him off of this tree before, so if he's coming up and around, we retreat to this tree, we go up, and we should be able to be fine. Weather cleared off real nice, though. There's the bear. Yep, he's right in our fucking way. He's right behind that telephone pole. Let's just kind of take a peek, see what he wants to do. Oh, he's coming right at us. I don't think we're going to have much of a choice here but to fight him. Unless he cuts back to the right and goes that way. All right, we've got a point of egress. We can get a shot, maybe two off, and if he gets up this close, we can just run that way. And that should slow him down, maybe even de-aggro for a third shot. I want to do this standing up. I wish we weren't quite so tired. We're not going to take any of the meat or anything. We don't really want the extra weight. I would just assume he'd take off to the right here and not bother us. But I had a hunch this is what was going to happen. we don't have as much food as we thought we did. A couple of those steaks were partials. Oh shit. I hit the window button. Oh shit. We'll crouch a little bit, keep a little bit of a low profile, and just see if he'll go around us. We could retreat back up to that tree. He wouldn't have any shot to get to us from that tree. If we leave our position here, we're going to be on the ice, basically, and we're going to be fighting him on level ground with nothing to really break his pathing. So I kind of want to be really gentle here. Maybe he won't notice us if we're crouched. Like a lot of my being says we could maybe get around him that way. If he keeps going over to that island, which he's kind of doing, we can hop down and get around him that way. And we'll break his aggro with distance. Yeah, that's what we like to see right there. Shit. We went too soon. How about a one-tap kill? Goodbye, sir. How about a one-shot? Fun with bears. My rifle game's been on point tonight. Good lord. I'll need that tomorrow. Pistol, it's been okay. I've missed a few more shots with pistol than I have with the rifle. Yeah, whatever with the deer. Well, look, we shot him in the head. And that's why he went down like he did. And I'm telling you, a headshot would do that, but, you know, a lung shot would do it as well. The animal would run off and would eventually bleed out. But I've seen a lot of people that have taken shots. Look how he turned around like that. That's interesting. In real life, I've seen a lot of people that have taken shots at a deer and just flat dropped him by hitting the kill zone. Hit him right in the heart, or got a combination of a piece of the heart and the lung. I've also seen some bad shots that the deer ran for a long time because they weren't in the optimum spot, which isn't ideal for hunting. I mean, that's cruel. Not that they're doing it on purpose, but you're going to take the time to deer hunt. Make sure you're not going to wound the animal. You're there to harvest, not to toy with it. But the game values headshots over kill zone shots is what I'm saying. And that's not how any hunter is ever taught. Ever. I mean, your inclination might be headshot, but it's always a better idea to put one and try to take its heart out. That way it's a insta-kill. Yeah, fuck, it's gonna be 11 plus before we're done here. That's okay. Even if I go to bed at midnight, that's 8 hours sleep. Once we get rested, we'll be in much better shape here. Like, another thing that was weird was that one wolf that I hit in the butthole. He died immediately. Perforated anus. So the bear spawn's somewhere over there. Usually out walking around. We want to stay away from him for right now and get into this cozy little spot and sleep. We can beat that bear if we go. We can beat him if we go. He's way too far away to actually aggro on us. And I've still got a little bit of sprint capacity here. Meaning that we might try to make it to the dam. But he's too far away. If we'd have waited till morning, he'd have been right in front of us. I saw where he was, and I made the instant decision to just keep moving. We're not cold. It's getting dark, but look, we just got to follow the tracks and we'll get where we're going. There are likely to be a couple of wolves in our way. But I think, gameplay-wise, that was probably the right call. As much as I wanted to stop and get rested to be a little bit quicker, it's just smarter at this point to move and keep that bear behind us. Because we're not far from out of this region now. And then we're basically going to cross all the way over Mystery Lake tonight. We'll go to the dam, we'll drop the stuff, put down our bedroll, get our good sleep, and then we'll get over to Coastal, over to Quonset. Or if we're really hurting and we feel really slow, we could always stop at Camp Office. But I don't want to drop the stuff at Camp Office because I don't want to have to come all the way down there to pick it up. At least at the dam, it's kind of like one stop without ever having to go into Mystery Lake. Yeah, we timed that perfect. This was definitely the right call, I think. Me to think it was the right call. But if we can get to the dam, we'll sleep there, and then we'll be all in daylight, except for if the weather turns on us, which could be a problem because we don't have a lot of food on us. We're going to need to resolve our food situation pretty quick when we get to Quonset. But that'll be for another day. We did really good there. That was the right call. Certainly was the right call. I stand behind that decision. We should be able to find enough food at Quonset that we can, eat for a day or two. And right in the area around Quonset. So food won't be that big of a deal. But we certainly want to try to get where we're going here. Is that a wolf? I don't think so. No, I think it's just a rock, kind of glimmering. Yep. I think let's just stop at camp office. There's no need to push. We're really tired. We'll be good in the morning. We won't be this slow. There's a nice warm bed there at camp office. We don't even have to put our bedroll down. Haven't heard a wolf or seen a wolf yet. We're about to go completely exhausted, so we might as well run where we can. Of course, stamina's an issue, but yeah, we'll just sleep at camp office. There's no shame in that. We went all the way from airfield to here today, if you stop and think about it. It's a long way. And we were thinking, oh, we'll stop at maintenance shed. Nope. Busted right on past maintenance shed. Well, we got a good start on it this morning. The weather was pretty cooperative. Even though it got foggy, we were just following tracks, which made it pretty easy to just stay in the groove with. There's camp office. Is any of this meat any good? The answer is no. But you know what we could do? We could eat it anyway and take the food poisoning. Because we're just going to sleep it right off anyway. We'll take an antibiotic and then we're going to sleep it off anyway. We'll eat it. It'll say you have food poisoning. We'll take antibiotics and we'll sleep for 12 hours. Yeah, awesome, man. Thanks for hanging. I'm just trying to get it in a good spot to leave it for when we do finally get back to it. Which, like I said, it's going to be a little while. And believe me, I'm not too far behind you. Big day tomorrow. Big gamer day tomorrow. That was a 5-head play right there. Go ahead and take the food poisoning on purpose for the calories. Genius strats. And we're walking. I hear the Tarmies, but I don't see them. We'll drop off a lot of this weight, and then we'll be really quick to get where we're going from here. Likely to be wolves up here, so I'll have to deal with that. We're not overly interested in taking their meat right now because we're already kind of in a heavy situation. We're about to lighten up, though. That'll be good. But we're moving pretty solidly, regardless. Oh, yeah. Forgot I left all that shit out there. Well, it's ruined now. I am getting tired. This is working out perfectly. That means both of my saves are sitting in Quonset if we get this done tonight. I think I'm going to save the character creator for when I'm eating. Let's just get over to the garage and we'll sign off. We'll do everything Doom tomorrow. almost to the dam. And then we just got to get across Ravine and Coastal Highway. About 3/4 of the way across there, and we are good. Hop in there, drop, and go. I may need to go pee and let the dog out real quick, but we might just do that. I'll pause it so we don't lose time. But this way, everything's just kind of sitting here. We never even have to come into this region to come back and pick it up. Other than Winding River, anyway. Ravine's a little longer across than you think, but it's not bad. Especially if we're going to be light like this. All right, give me a minute. I'll be right back. All right, guys, back to the game. Is that everything we needed to drop, just to be certain? We can drop a few other things that we just don't need right now. All right, I think we're looking pretty good. Now we're moving. get across the ravine, into Coastal, get over to Quonset, and we're going to call it a night. Well-earned sleep today. We did a good job. We got through the main story of The Last Horizon. I still think there's more questions than answers, but it is what it is, I guess. You know, I expected the final part of the tale for that to basically be the reason that the Quiet Apocalypse happened. That it caused these geomagnetic electrical storms, and like all of it was all Rudiger's doing. But what can you do, you know? I can't make them tell the story I want to hear. I just wish they would have told the whole story. To me, it's kind of not enough to know that Rudiger's dead. There didn't used to be hostile animals in this region, so I'm kind of walking through here without a gun out. That's a piece of coal. We'll take that. That'll help us get established. That would be the climbing rope down if you wanted to go into ravine. We do not. All these crossings of trees and shit, man. Like it's nothing. Like it's nothing. Here comes the real scary crossing, though. There's other stuff you can come look at here as well. There's a cave over there. There's some train cars, that kind of thing. But let's just go ahead and get over here to the trellis. And let's make this iffy crossing. Because there is no nasty animals here, this can be a pretty good survival area. There's deer, there's rabbits. No crafting bench or anything, but why does this look different, Jimmy? I haven't been through here in a while. Like I said, it's not a small little thing. You do have to be getting through here, but we'll manage. very hard to pass up coal when you see it. It's such a good fuel source. At fire starting 5, I want to say it's like an hour and a half's worth of fuel per piece. Trestle, not trellis. Trestle. This is a pretty dicey crossing. So we'll take it a little bit slow. Make sure we're not on auto walk. Okay. The best way to do it is to just do it. Don't sit and think about it too long. Just get your butt across. All right. We're now on the one side. We need to get about 3/4 of the way across coastal, and we will be at our destination. Quonset Garage. We're gonna hightail it down here for the road, and we'll just follow the road over. Can be a bear here too, so let's at least get a weapon up. A lot of times the game will give you like a 24-hour protection against certain wildlifes. Not always. It's always better to be prepared than sorry that you weren't. I never can find this little cabin, and then I walk right up to it this time. I always struggle finding this damn place. Not what we're here for right now, so we're not even going to stop, but there is a cabin there. I see the ice. We're getting near to the road. I wanted to go check that spot for the rifle, but we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. This is our first time in coastal, so let's keep an eye out for trees and see if we can maybe catch a glimpse of a moose location. We're going to need to be able to post up over here for a while to get Sutherland Sale done. Just keep pushing. I will say this for anybody that's newer. I was that a deer? Yeah, it's a deer. Okay. I do think it's a pretty good idea to give yourself a set goal for each particular night that you play. And that way you got kind of a good stop-start point, because this game can really get away from you. Very quickly get away from you. So we did good tonight. I'm pleased with how everything went. We were patient. We planned properly. And at the end of the day, that's really all you can ask for. I think this is a potential gun spawn locale, so let's pop up here real quick. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I thought there was a dead guy up here. Nope, don't look like it. All right. Hey, there's the moose. Nope, that's just a deer. Well, he looked real wide. He looked real wide from that angle. I thought, oh, my lucky days. But nah, not the case. There could also be a bear over here by Quonset, so we got to be somewhat careful of that. Could be coming up from right up there, coming down. Wildlife got real quiet. That's something Telan kind of showed me. Talon kind of showed me. Oh, I'm not where I think I am. I still got a little ways to go. Yep, there's the abandoned mine. I've never been in there on an Aurora night. Yeah, we humped it over to Coastal, and this is where we're going to leave the save. For whenever we get back to this, we'll be doing Sutherland's Tales. We'll start doing trader stuff. We'll get established here. We'll loot out this region and continue to do trader stuff until we can start his tale. You know how we do it, brother. We cruise, man. We got all the way from airfield to camp office in one day. From Omega Bunker to camp office in a day. Oh, yeah. And I still think that doesn't really end the story. I don't think they did enough with it. So we finished all three of the tales, 100% them, or 100%. All right, this is the area we're going to start watching for a bear on the road. Of course, it wants to get real foggy right as I come up here. It's gonna completely fog out right when, yeah, this game, I swear. we don't know if the bear's up, and we're going to have trouble seeing him, but that should mean he's got trouble seeing us too. But it looks like we are going to achieve our mission tonight of getting all the way back over here and be set up and ready to start the tales when the time comes. We'll start doing trader stuff. We'll loot this region. We'll get established with food and water. All that good stuff. Yeah, we got a little bit of food and stuff we can eat here, so we're going to be fine for a couple of days. Even though we're down to 1 steak. Maybe we should go back to... I'm kidding. We should go back to Sundered Pass and pick up all those wolf steaks we left. No. Yeah, and this is... It's like I told you earlier, this is kind of where I figured it was all coming down to. Was eventually I'd get there. But hopefully we'll be able to get into that. Before too long. For now, though, I think... Let's pop out a door and in a door, and we're going to end it for tonight. I got to go get food. Then I got to get situated and get some decent sleep because we're going to be on for a long time tomorrow. But I didn't want to leave this undone. I promised you guys that I would do my best to get it done before I started playing Dune. And guess what? We got everything but the Trader's Quest done. That was going to be a long one anyway. There was no chance we could have got it finished. We've got to complete multiple trades before he'll even trust us to get us started. Then we got to travel all over Lower Great Bear to the different bunkers that we found. And yeah, so we remember that the food bunker is in Pleasant Valley. I don't remember where the weapons bunker was at. I know Mountain Town had... I don't know. I got to go back and watch the streams to see where all the different bunkers were at. One of them was back over in HRV. I just don't remember which one it was. So, like, we're going to have to go all over the fucking map to complete this shit. And I'm going to do this. Oh, let everything resize. Okay. So thank you guys for joining me. Like, I can't really believe we got through all the tales in just 3 short streams. 4 short streams. Well, 4 streams. We did kind of a half, not really half, but like the first part of Signal Void one day, and then we finished it all up the next day. And then we did all of Zone of Contamination or Buried Echoes Monday, or not Monday. Yeah, it was Monday. And then tonight we got all the way through Last Horizon. Unfortunately, like I said, there just wasn't going to be enough time either way to get the trader stuff done. But that's what we'll leave it at. We'll come back to it at that point. Don't necessarily have to set an alarm or anything, but just know that tomorrow morning, 8:45, we are going live with Dune Awakening. The servers will be up at 9 a.m. And I'll be joined by Shaitan, Elo, and Edun, our guildmates. And we're going to be doing some pretty targeted start stuff. So if you guys want to see a good start for the game, please pop in then, or pop in anytime you can tomorrow. It's going to be a very long day, but I'm looking forward to it. So I'm going to go get some food and some sleep. Until tomorrow, guys, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you soon. Bye.